Hello, everyone. It's lovely to see so many people able to join us today. We are hoping that we'll kick off on time. Still waiting for a few more people to come in. I expect everybody will have seen that sessions will be recorded. Hopefully, they will be made available afterwards on YouTube, providing the technology works as we want it to. That's always the glitch, isn't it? We've got a really interesting lineup for you this evening. Sorry, it's this evening where I am. I'm well aware it may well be morning or afternoon for some of you. I'm sure the discussions and the talks are going to be wonderful. It's looking like our first speaker's having some technical glitches getting online at the moment.
I'm trying to help in the background and get everybody on. So just a few more minutes.
Technology is wonderful when it's working well, but inevitably you get something that glitches up for you. So we will get underway as soon as we can. In the meantime, I hope that you're all very well and that the weather is being reasonable for the time of year wherever you are.
Hopefully just a few more minutes.
So for anyone who's just come in, we are hoping to start very soon. Our first speaker's having some technical issues, so we're trying to rejig things, and we will hope to get underway as soon as possible. In the meantime, I'm hoping that everybody is well and just relaxing while other people in the background run around like mad things, trying to get things sorted. The sessions will be recorded, and if technology behaves itself, we will try and get the recordings up afterwards. It won't be immediately. We're all volunteers. They will go up on the Heathen Women United YouTube channel when they do go up, though.
Pauline, Linda's going to start it off while I help Isvold.
Okay.
So Linda's jumping on now.
Wonderful. So we're actually going to be starting with what was going to be our second speaker, Linda Sever, who is just in the process of coming online. Fortunately, she's an old hand at stepping into things last minute, so I'm sure this won't faze her in the slightest.
Hope you're not talking about me.
I am talking about you, Linda. I was just looking to see if you'd made it now yet. Hi, Linda.
I just went downstairs to feed the cats and I think I was on till 7. I mean, it's like 6 now. So
Yes, technical issues in the background.
I've just gone to feed the cat. Cats are not going to be happy.
Right, so we might end up with cats interrupting your talk then today.
Yeah, one of them kind of cut me off earlier on and deleted half my talk. I had to restart it. Are you expecting me to do my talk now? Is that what you're wanting?
If you wouldn't mind, it appears that Isvold's had some technical issues and some problems and can't get online.
Okay.
So if you wouldn't mind stepping into the breach and and being the consummate professional that I know you are with things like this.
Apologies to everybody. Consummate professional, she says.
I'm putting her on the spot here, you can tell.
Right, I'm gonna have to let me find my PowerPoint then.
Yeah, you find your PowerPoint. I'm not sure if I'll need to put the share screen on for you. It looks like it might be on for everyone, so you should be able to share screen.
Okay.
And when you're ready, I'll do a formal introduction for you.
Okay. Just talk among yourselves, everybody.
Linda, I just sent you the co-host link.
Okay, just have a conversation among yourselves while I do this. Right.
For those who couldn't guess, I already know Linda fairly well.
Yes.
I'm sort of teasing her a little bit, but
yeah, please do. I wonder if we can get this up.
As you can see, she's getting things organized.
Can everybody see that?
I can. Can we get some? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yep. Looks like we are good to go.
Okay, all right. Well, I might just
So-
cut up in the end because I haven't quite written my conclusion yet. But there we go. Well, I'll do my best. Hello, everybody. I don't know if you've been introduced to me, but I'm Linda. Most of you know me. And for those who don't, I am a lecturer here in the north of England. I'm from Ireland originally. I'm a lecturer here at the University of Central Lancashire, which is based in the northwest of England. And I've been doing anybody who attended the last conference we did, I spoke on women and magic in Anglo-Saxon England. And following on from that, I started doing some research into the rituals around death in Anglo-Saxon England. I'm classified as an Anglo-Saxonist, but I'm Anglo-Saxon art historian. But the work that I seem to do kind of covers art history, archaeology, and various other things. So I'd start to look at this now. There's a skeleton of a woman from Anglo-Saxon England. So I wasn't sure what approach to do for this conference, and I apologize because I'm probably the academic one that you might not have wanted to listen to first. If you wanted Isvold. So yeah, Anglo-Saxon England. Now we've got, I don't know how much people know about the Anglo-Saxon pagan period. I mean, it's quite a long time before the Viking period in England, which was sort of like 10th, 11th century. We're going back now to around about the 5th century. So it's quite a few hundred years before the arrival of the Vikings in the British Isles. But the Anglo-Saxons came and had a very strong belief in their gods and in the afterlife. And through doing the research, I've discovered quite a lot more of things that point to a really strong belief in the soul and the afterlife, and superstitions around that. So I'm going to focus a bit on graves and grave burials and rituals, because there's too much of a whole subject to cover in just one short talk. So if there's anything else that people want to know about, please just ask. If you don't quite understand what I'm the whole time period and what I'm getting at here. So as I said, the written source for pagan Anglo-Saxon religion is very sparse, because it was a time when not a lot was written down. The only writings that we have were from the later Christian clerics. A lot of it's recorded. A lot of what we get of the beliefs of the Anglo-Saxons come from Bede, the Venerable Bede, who wrote a book on quite a few books, but he's the one who noted the days of the week that are named after so Anglo-Saxon stroke Germanic gods, like Tuesday for Tyr and Wednesday for Woden's Day. So we've got quite a lot. We can glean quite a lot of what about the beliefs were from Bede, and also from earlier writings of Tacitus, who noted the Anglo-Saxon and said the Anglo-Saxon people were like angels. And that's where the angle comes from, the fact that he said that they were blonde, they were beautiful, and they were like angels. So the angle bit comes from there, and the Saxon comes from the belief that the Saxons, their father god was the Sexnot, the overarching god. We don't have a lot of evidence on that, but we have some. But through archaeological records and various other records, we can learn quite a lot about the Anglo-Saxons and their beliefs through the cremations and the burials. So just a little bit about the Anglo-Saxons in case people don't know. So following the departure of the Romans from Britain in around about 410, this is AD or CE, There was a new group of people came into the British Isles, and they were known as the Anglo-Saxons. That's what they became known as anyway. And the three biggest were the Angles, the Saxons, and the Jutes, and they all settled in what became known as Angleland or England. And the Anglo-Saxon age is seen from being from around about AD 410 to 1066, the Battle of Hastings. Now, the migrants who settled in Britain in the 5th century were heathens, but it was quite short-lived. By the end of probably around about the 6th century, the missionaries that came from Rome and converted, and from Ireland as well, and they converted the rulers of the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms to Christianity, mainly through bribery. Well, no, sometimes by bribery, mainly through force, really, if being honest. They were threatened with death and punishment if they didn't convert, and some did it through bribery because then they were promised other kingdoms. Maybe they were just easy. I don't know. But as I said, little's known about the practices, so we have to piece it together through things like place names and the archaeology. Here's another map, as you can see, where they came from over from the Germanic countries, some from the Netherlands, but over sort of like in that part of Europe where the Jutes sort of come, the Angles, the Frisians, the Franks, and settled around here, predominantly around the south and the east of England, here where Britons are, and Britain, which still would have been predominantly sort of a Brythonic Celtic belief. And up in Scotland, we've got the Picts. Now, they wouldn't have been defined because that wouldn't have been Scotland. This would all have been the land of the Britons, and the Britons by it. And here we've got Ireland. But it seems that Angles and the Saxons is from this part of the UK. But we do have some evidence of them of them being further north, right up to what is now the Scottish border into Northumberland. Just to give you an idea, again, I don't know how much people know about the layout and the geography of the British Isles. Most of this was untainted in Ireland. There was no Anglo-Saxon invasion. There was the Viking one, but no Anglo-Saxon. So there's not a great deal of Anglo-Saxon crossover between the Irish Brythonics or Celts and the Anglo-Saxon, the Angles and the Saxons. Okay, let me just move on. So Anglo-Saxon heathenry, as it was focused around a belief in deities known as the Esa, that's E-E-S-E, Esa. The singular of that is Os. And the most prominent of the deities was Odin, Woden, as he was known in Old English, in the Anglo-Saxon time. And then other gods was Thunor, it was now later known as Thor, and Tu. And Tu, it seems Tu was the overarching father god. From what we can tell, there are many place names, many sites, and many ritual sites dedicated to the god Tu, whereas we get Tuesday from, later known as Tiwaz or Tyr. Unlike in Tyr, the story of Tyr, he doesn't seem to have one hand, the god Tu, and we don't have a lot of evidence for Woden having only one eye, although there's some sort of writings and some stories told with just before the conversion of a one-eyed god. But we don't necessarily know that's linked to Odin. But it does seem that Tu was the overarching father god because of the place names and because of inscriptions as well. There was quite a few inscriptions to him. Not a great deal written about goddesses, although we do have something about Frigg being, I'm not sure about worship, but being revered. And of course, with Friday comes, we get it from Frigg. So Frigg becomes Friday, should I say. But there was also a belief in a variety of other supernatural entities that inhabited the landscape, and that included elves, Nikor, which is sort of like shape-shifting water spirits, and dragons, and all of those we've got evidence for in Anglo-Saxon art historical artifacts, as well as in stories like people know, like Beowulf, where we do have a variety of sort of supernatural, maybe water beings and underground beings. And we've got cultic practices that revolve around demonstrations of devotion of like sacrifices of inanimate objects and animals to these deities and to these supernatural beings, these lesser deities. There's a lot of tales written down, again, just as we come into the conversion period, of being beware of the elves and beware of the dwarves, because the elves will hit you with their bow and arrows or with their spears, and anybody who had like probably like pins and needles in their legs and things would have think that they'd been attacked by elves. Anything where you felt pains in your legs, that would have been the elves. And the dwarves were believed to come and either bash you with their hammers or poison you. So blame it on the dwarves. And we've got some evidence for the existence of timber temples to these gods, but most of the practices would have been in the open air, or at megaliths or other sites. I'm going to go on to the sites later, because the Anglo-Saxons are really interesting, and recent archaeology has been working around the reuse of sites by the Anglo-Saxons, and not just because it was an easy thing to do to come along and use their site, but for particular reasons, particularly because of the topography, the policing of them in the landscape. So I'll come back to that one. So we've got little known about the pagans' conception of the afterlife, because that wasn't written down. But a lot of academics now attest that such beliefs are demonstrated and are influenced in the funerary practices. And the dead this time either buried, they were inhumed, or they were cremated, usually and typically with a variety of grave goods. Now, I did go into details in my last talk about grave goods. I'm not going to do a great deal today, but it's important to remember that even the ordinary people were found with grave goods. And I recently found, I'll come back to actually, I recently found something, but I'll come back to that. And so we know that their kind of belief system would also included ideas about magic and witchcraft, and elements that could be classified as a form of shamanic practice. This journeying between the worlds. I'll return to the idea of Woden and Thunor being seen as psychopomps through some of the grave finds a bit later. But Neil Price, who most people will have heard of and know about, he's recently discussed the idea of transformation and shamanistic religious connotations present in Anglo-Saxon cremation rites. You can read more on that in his book, The Archaeology of Shamanism, which is a massive tome, as are most of Neil Price's books. But it's a really interesting book too, if you're interested in the archaeology of shamanic practices, including the Anglo-Saxons, because it is really interesting, because for many, many years, hundreds of years, the spirituality of the pre-Christian Anglo-Saxons was not looked at. It was just seen, it was a brief period, they became Christianized, way, and let's write about the Christian Anglo-Saxons. But more and more now, archaeologists and anthropologists are looking to extract the beliefs, and it seems to be the beliefs in the afterlife that's being most kind of concentrated on at the moment. And another academic, Sally Crawford, who again has written some excellent books, she noticed the lack of votive deposits from the Anglo-Saxons as opposed to the Celts. So if you don't know, by votive practice, I mean there were there was offerings given in places like lakes and rivers and ponds, and on the site there's been a lot of finds of these votive practices that were deposited by the earlier Celts, but the Anglo-Saxons don't seem to have done that. they seem to have placed a lot of goods in the graves, as if they it would be a way of bringing benefit, not just to the family and the community, but also if they put these in their graves, it would be of benefit to the family passing over into the afterlife and to their ancestors. So we do seem that early evidence of the graves being really important in their religious beliefs and their superstitions. So it's interesting that both Sally Crawford and Neil Price are now moving towards this, acknowledging what we as heathens already believe, the widespread belief in that the liminality of death, and the fact of burial grave goods as evidence of belief in this, in the supernatural and an afterlife, which I find absolutely fascinating. It's just that it's because it's so just recent years they've started acknowledging all this. It's kind of quite new academic discussions, but it's interesting that we knew this for a long time as heathens. It's just they're catching up with us now. So for the Anglo-Saxons in England, their beliefs were quite similar to the beliefs from the continent, because they just came over with those beliefs, and the idea was that cremation destroyed the flesh, and in destroying the flesh, that ensures the safe passage of the soul to the afterlife, and it also prevents it from returning to haunt and harm the living. We do have quite a few stories, because be recorded stories like from Edwin and from Coifi, various kings that had been pagan and then gradually became Christian, although Edwin held out for as long as possible, and Penda, he was the last pagan king of the Mercia. They believed that the dead could return and haunt the living. So there is that supernatural belief in, I don't know if it's the same concept as we have, as the ghosts and the spirits, but they did think that you'll get rid of them if we bury them. Although we do have a lot of side by side, we have a lot of cremations as well as burials. Keep them buried. So many Anglo-Saxon cemeteries contain cremated remains, and in England between about 450 in the early 7th century, cremation seems to have superseded burials, but it does seem that the Angles, they favoured cremation, and they were sort of like north of the River Thames in London, and the Saxons seem to be more in favour of burials. So and we've got quite a lot of remains of funeral pyres with grave goods, so showing that they took things to the grave, even if they were cremated. So we've got the evidence of the burials, but only the remains from cremations. So I just wanted to show you some of the things that we know that we found. So this is some objects of, as you can see, crystal balls. I went into a bit more detail about these crystal balls before. They were typically worn by women on a belt, suspended by a long chain. They would have worn the belt and with these crystal balls and with keys. The earliest examples of these date from around about the late 5th century. And if you look at some of them, you can see some in museums. They look like they've just been found or made yesterday. They're amazing things. They seem to be mainly found in the south of England and further, like Hampshire and the Isle of Wight. This is where more than half the examples come from. But they did cross over into the Christian period, interestingly. So we've got Christian burials with these crystal balls. It's not fully believed what they were used for, but it does point to some some superstitious belief that they could be either form of divining or for some kind of healing. They do tend to be quartz. So we're not really sure. And the Anglo-Saxons, a bit like the Vikings, they held glass and glass beads in very high regard, more so in some cases than lots of crystals, although we have lots of graves where these little crystal balls were found, very carefully made into these small crystal balls, but as well as agate and sunstone, and of course amber and jet. they were considered quite important to the Anglo-Saxons. And we do have quite a few finds. There's in the middle of England in Repton, we have finds of very early hammers, Thor's hammers, but with beads of glass and amber attached to them, and some graves where people women are just buried with these beads. So whether and they would have seen them as in some magical ability. They wouldn't have just been there just because for wealth. Here's some of the hammer finds, Thunnor's hammer finds from Gilton, which is the south of England again, Kent, in the 6th century. This is probably the closest, this one are probably the closest to what the later Vikings see as Thor's hammers. This is how they were all sort of like found together, all hooked and linked together. So it must have been somebody who had, a bit like me, a bit like quite a few people out there, probably got a collection of Thor's hammers. I've got quite a few Moniers beyond counting. So I'm sure some of you lot have too. This might have been somebody who liked collecting them the same as we do. The hammers were interestingly found both in men's and women's graves, whereas with the Vikings period, they tend to be just found in men's graves. Even as Thor was just the god of the ordinary person. Obviously we don't know much about Thunor, but we do know that he, many parts of Britain, Thunor was seen as important as Woden. It wasn't like Woden was the chief god. As I said, Chu was seen as an all-father character, but Thunor and Woden were seen side by side, and there are many dedications and inscriptions very similar to dedicating something to Thunor as they would dedicate to Woden. So they seem to be sort of equal gods. We do have a bit of mention that's mentioned again round in Essex way of an Inga Frey. So it is believed that the god Frey, not Freya, the god Frey was a localized deity, honored and worshipped in certain very localized areas, because his name isn't found beyond very localized areas, whereas Thunor and Woden's, their name goes beyond, particularly finding place names into the Midlands and the North. Hope everyone's following this. So here's some amulets, again, beautiful amulets from a female grave in 7th century. This would have been the grave of someone quite wealthy. We probably would have thought to have something like this. Let me just get a drink of water. Although we have some graves that are seen as just ordinary or poor people with the goods that probably would have meant a lot to them and would have been part of wealth within their own family, but not a great deal of wealth. And many women's graves were found with this is a keychain, and it's you see here, it's the belt are called chatelaines. It's a chatelaine with keychains on. We have here again, in Lincolnshire in the 5th century, these are keys attached to these rings in the graves of women. Now it's the women would have probably been the key holders, but it's also supposed or posited that these would also provide keys into the afterlife, that they're buried, because some of these graves, that's the only thing that they are found to be buried with are keys. So it's this idea of keys being important, and I know we see Frigg as the key bearer now, but we don't have that evidence with the Anglo-Saxon period. So like the key bearers, so it could be that they are taking those keys to the afterlife to give to the ancestors or to hold the doors open for the ancestors. That's quite interesting. Well, I think it's interesting. And here's from the grave of an ordinary person. You can see it's like wooden musical instruments and bits of shale, and a lot of graves of the non-wealthy graves, people were found with knives. That must have been a great piece of wealth to them, but bits of glass and shale. But the interesting thing is that there are a lot, virtually every grave that you find has grave goods in. It's not just and there's cremations too. There were burned with them. It's not just a case of burying a few things. So it was obvious that there's some important reason in the funerary rite for all these things to have been buried with the people. Another indication of the beliefs of the Anglo-Saxons seems to be in the low numbers of infant burials in Anglo-Saxon cemeteries. We've got a few exceptions, like this one I will return to. This is from a dig I attended myself in Oakington in Cambridgeshire. But there was a survey done in 1993 of over 1,000 graves, and only 6% of the skeletons were children under 3. And 11%, I think it was, of children that were under 5. And this contrasts massively with late Roman Britain, where we find a lot of infant burial. So it's not just a continuation of a practice from the Romans, it's something particular to the Anglo-Saxons. And there's been a number of ideas posited about this. There are some graves, but so the graves tend to be unusual in the burials. And also there are some infant graves where the same grave goods are found, but smaller. So like the urns are buried, but there are smaller urns. There are knives, but smaller knives. And so the same kind of grave goods that would have been buried with the adults or buried in with the children. But we have very, very few of those. There's like less than a dozen of those graves. Most of the time, the children, as you can see here, when we have infants, are buried with adults. And this is the grave of originally was thought to be a mother and a daughter and a child, but it's 2 sisters and a child in this grave in Oakington. Oakington is a very interesting archaeological site because I think I've mentioned this a few times before. It's the only site in the whole of it's the earliest Anglo-Saxon cemetery that's been found, but also it's of the 127 burials there, 126 are women. Even the children are female children that are buried there. And there are various skeletons, including one of a woman surrounded by what looks like tools, possibly tools from that she was a midwife, possibly pointing to the fact that this was a cult place for women to go either to the other world. But there was only one male skeleton found there, and he had a staff that looked like he was maybe some kind of guard or guardian of the women and of the place. And the other burials there was the burial of a dog. That's the earliest find in the cemetery, was the dog. But this is the site that interestingly came to massive press attention a few years ago when it was first discovered, because there was a woman found with her head buried with her head on a cow. Now that had never been found before. It's the only one in the whole of Europe where a woman is buried with a cow, but with her head on the cow. We have quite a few horse burials, and I'll return some horse burials, but not the cow. So there's been some real, and she was buried with amber jewelry and jet. So it was some great significance to her, or at this particular site, that cow was buried there. These are some grave goods that were found in a child's in one of the child burials that I mentioned before, all kind of like miniature bracelets, and interestingly sort of just miniature things. So yeah, one suggestion that we don't have a lot of graves is that possibly the children were buried at a more shallow level than the adults, so that either the animals could get to them, but because the children could get to the afterlife if they weren't buried further lower down. We do have sort of evidence of children being killed in quite not violent circumstances, but children who were possibly ill or weak, that the parents killed them, but not killed them because they wanted to get rid of them because they were weak, but because in this really strong belief in the afterlife that if they were killed, they could return in another, they would return in somebody else's fetus as another, which is quite interesting. Let me move on. Yeah, so as I said, that the recent work that points to sort of the marginalization and separation of the infant from the rest of the dead, and it's quite common that happened over many thousands of years. And the other thing with child burials is interesting, is that a lot of skeletons of children have been found in liminal places rather than in graves. So we've got very few burials of children in graves, but we do have quite a few skeletons and bones that have been found in places like underground passages or ditches or boundaries, or at crossroads, or even beneath floors. So we don't, again, there's a lot of supposition over why. But again, it's this idea that the child's soul can pass easily to the other world and then possibly return again. And this burying of the child seems to add to sacralizing a particular place, because their spirits seem to be capable of either slipping back into the world of spirit and then slipping into, like I said, a fetus that will create new life. So we do have a bit of belief in this afterlife, and so as opposed to reincarnation, that soul will come into another birth, so it's a form of reincarnation. So which is quite interesting. Again, we don't have a lot written about that. There's some, if you read some of the early Anglo-Saxon poems like The Wanderer, you'll see some discussion about souls, but it's becoming so Christianized by them, we don't know what we can take as being the heathen belief and the Christian belief. Yeah, I just wanted to, Robert Hertz, who did work on Anglo-Saxon cemeteries in Kent, he suggested that that on the basis of information on the sites that they looked at in Kent, which is in the south of England, again, not far from London, he said that it looks like the first birthday marked a social threshold for the children. And after that, the infant became a fuller member of society. So if they died before that, he said that they've not yet been separated from the world of spirit. So they can return there really easily and directly. And they don't need any ritual or sacred energies to be called upon. There's no painful transition because they've only just come into this world, so they can easily return to the other world, which is very different from this kind of Christian version of limbo where children are just floating around, which I was taught when I was a practicing Catholic. This is a site of where some bones are found. This is a site of 3 rivers coming together. So again, it's like a crossroads. That child burials could be placed by the crossroads. If that was a Celtic site, we would also find votive offerings within the water, but we don't. So I'm just going to move on now, because I don't know how long to talk for. I'm going to talk to like the belief now in that the locations associated with the past. So we've got a lot of evidence of reuse of early sites by the Anglo-Saxons, not just because it was easy for them to, but because a lot of these sites are particular places on the landscape. And anybody who knows me knows I'm really interested in sacred landscapes and how our ancient people, our ancestors viewed landscapes as well. So yeah, so it's very evident that there was a strong belief in locations, that burials that were associated with the past or with dead from an earlier culture. And it was seen as a particular effective way of honouring the ancestors and honouring those who died, and then helping them to bring benefit to them in the afterlife as well. And studies show that more than a quarter of Anglo-Saxon burial sites are based upon older monuments, so they are reused monuments. So this, and it's quite similar to later Scandinavian practices and beliefs in the afterlife, because the way we've got the tales of warriors going to Valhalla, but we also have this much fuller and wider conception of the dead, where they're believed to live in the mountains on or around ancient monuments. This is the Tusna mountains in Norway, where Wardruna went and filmed their video for their Healing Mountain that song. So this is the belief that the dead, and particularly the dead of the warriors, live in these mountains and these sacred places. And it seems to be many hundreds of years before we've got that evidence from the early Anglo-Saxons, which again is a fascinating practice that seems to have been continued by Scandinavians later. What I think it's fascinating. Where am I on for? Oh yes, okay. So that's quite interesting. That's the mountain. That's a burial mound. It's these sort of rounded places. Also, I read somewhere that a lot of the mountains that have been cited as the place of the ancestors in Scandinavia are more rounded mountains than pointed ones, than peaked ones. So yeah, so there's been lots of studies done that sort of indicate the ideological and mythological and social significance of the landscape in the context of cemeteries in England. And it seems like the most favoured places for such mortuary rites were Bronze Age round barrows or similar round barrows. I haven't got the time now to go into the details of round barrows, but they there's one. This is one from my book. I've written a book on landscapes, and this is a place called Round Loaf, and it's interesting. It's never been excavated. It's believed to be a Bronze Age round barrow with bones in. Tests have proven that there are bones of the dead in there, but there hasn't been any excavation done, but mainly because where this is sited is the least excavated place in the whole of England, because it's where the Industrial Revolution started, and they put money into the Industrial Revolution rather than archaeology. But this is interesting. It's on a moor in Lancashire, which is where I live in the northwest of England, called Anglesark Moor. Now it's the place that is Azark, and place of the Angles. So we have in that place name the evidence that the Anglo-Saxons had settlements here, they lived here, they died here, and this is one of the prominent sites on the landscape of Anglesark and Anglesark Moor. This is another site not far from this moor, and this is a place called Pikestones, and this is a Neolithic, so it's earlier, Neolithic burial chamber. There's not a lot left of it now. It was destroyed by Christian farmers at the turn of the last century. But there are some stones left there. And again, bones, this has been excavated, and bones of early Neolithic peoples through to the Anglo-Saxons have been discovered, but not full skeletons. Sadly, just bones and pieces and funerary urns and a variety of other funeral places. This is that's the view from there across the landscape, and it seems that places were chosen for the shape of the land, the shape of the landscape, the way that the hills were placed. We obviously don't know exactly why these were placed here, but with this site, it's really interesting that it's such an ancient site, and it's the only one of its kind in outside of the southwest of England. So the closest one of this kind of burial site is hundreds of miles away. So the people must have traveled hundreds of miles to build. This would have once been a huge covered chamber. It's like a rounded cairn covered in stones and moss, 45 meters, massive. Nobody knows why it was buried there, but it was a site reused by the later Angles, not the Saxons, because we don't have evidence of the Saxons in the north of England, mainly of the Angles. But also other places were used, like Roman structures, not just Roman cemeteries, but villas, bathhouses, forts, even roads were used as Anglo-Saxon places of burial. So it must be that where they placed the bodies was important to them within that landscape. And some say it's an idea of creating a community of ancestors in the other world. So we'll place somebody in a bathhouse, we'll place somebody in a temple. So we're creating that lively community, even though the people have died. But it also points to the importance and sacredness of certain landmarks and sites on the landscape for the Anglo-Saxon people. That's not very clear one, I'm sorry, but it shows you all the reuse of the burial mounds. So where I'm based is up here, where Pauline is up here. Pauline's up there, I'm down here, and some of the rest are down, oops, right, are down there. Sorry, go back. It's so this is a reuse of Bronze Age burial mounds. There are maps done by a variety of other positioning, but I didn't think I'd have the time to show you every single map. But that's the Bronze Age ones. Yeah, and it's interesting that it's kind of like further confirmation of a worldwide practice of the time of indigenous peoples, who also believe that the afterlife was a prolongation of the present life, and it's like conceptualized as a village of the dead as opposed to a village of the living. So let's reuse these, let's create our village, which I like that idea. But it also reflects on an uncertainty about the other world, reflecting the world of the dead. And it's like that we're not sure about the other world because we've gone to this other world, but we're not going to the gods. It's not this direct sort of link to the gods. That's some burial mounds. There you can see some Anglo-Saxon burial mounds reused some earlier. So a Bronze Age site. So these are Bronze Age burial mounds that have been people reburied. Stone circles were used. Some more stone circles, and this I'll come back to this. So this is a little bit of evidence of the belief. What they tried to articulate was their belief in the afterlife. So this is when this is from Bede's History of the Kings of Northumbria, when he's trying to explain Edwin's. They keep trying to Christianize Edwin, and he's just not sure. He just doesn't want to become a Christian, and he finally gets convinced, but he's never particularly sure. And so he's the king of Northumbria, and one of the king's men say, "This is how the present life of man on earth, king, appears to me in comparison with that time which is unknown to us." And then he tells this beautiful story, which is like Bede is recorded in 627. "You're sitting feasting with your elder men and thanes in winter time. The fire is burning on the hearth in the middle of the hall, and all inside is warm, while outside the wintry storms of rain and snow are raging, and a sparrow flies swiftly through the hall. It enters in at one door, flies quickly out through the other. For a few moments it's inside, the storm and the wintry tempest cannot touch it, but after the briefest moments of calm, it flits from your sight out of the wintry storm and into it again. So this life of man appears but for a moment. What follows, or indeed what went before, we know not at all." And I just think that's a beautiful expression of what they believe and what some of us believe. We're just here for like a blink in the eye, and you come in and you've got that warm and you've got that safety at times, and you're out again. And it was sort of not long after this that Edwin converted to Christianity, because they convinced him, he was convinced that the afterlife was more known about and more secure within Christianity. It's not something we don't know about. We know, they know that you will go to heaven if you act well and all this. So he was, probably a bit of bribery as well, but he did Christianize not long after that. But it also suggests that the Anglo-Saxon have got this concept of a bird, and this soul as this bird that flies free of the body. So the bird can fly free of the body, but then there's this degree of uncertainty. And it might be that some of the reason that they buried their ancestors and their family in these sites, it might have been a way of alleviating that uncertainty. We don't know. So we've also got evidence of quite a few of these burial mounds very close to sites where place names are named after the gods. So here we've got, and it suggests that both Woden and Thunor, who know Odin and Thor, were in some way constructed as psychopomps associated with funeral rites. So they're able to conduct the souls of the dead safely to the land of the dead and the ancestors. And we do have some inscriptions that that kind of attest to that, and some early runic, and I forgot to mention, like in some of the burial mounds, the urns contain runic inscriptions. So the Old English runes, as opposed to the Futhark, so attested to the gods or giving devotion to the gods. So these are some of the sites that were being reused. They were early historic sites, but then they were dedicated to one of the gods, and we use our Anglo-Saxon burial mound. So this is Wodenspjorg, particularly sites where you've known a Bjorg sites or Hlau sites. I don't know if people know about those, but a Hlau site is a burial mound, and a Bjorg site, or borough, as it became anglicised, places that are something borough, they are barrows, barrow mounds. So anything like Edinburgh, even though it's a burg, they're attest to burial, to burial sites. So this is Wodenspjorg in Wiltshire. You can see very much this kind of mound of the dead, trying to build them. These were built maybe so that they'd get them closer to the sky, closer to their gods, where there are not mountains to use, they'll build their own mountains. This is Wodenslaw in Bedfordshire. There's quite a few burial mounds there, you can probably see. This is Woodnesborough in Kent. Now, this is an interesting one. I'll come back to Woodnesborough in just a second. I'll come back to that one. This is Thunoslao in Kent. You can just see there's in the background there. Place of Thunor, and Thunderslaw in Essex, which is a quite pointed burial mound. Now, the reason I want to come back to this one is because this has now been remade into a burial site for people who are living now, who die and want to it's an urn one, it's not a burial, so want to be cremated, and the urns placed into what was once a sacred Anglo-Saxon site. You can, it costs you a few hundred, but you can do it. I know somebody with Paulie knows as well, Jez Green, who's already paid to have his place in this burial site. So this would have we can't really see the church because the church had also been where the burial mound was. So yes, so you can now pay if you die and you want to be interred with Anglo-Saxon ancestors, the form of continuity. This is where you can go in Woodnesborough in Kent. I think for Jez, it's because he's from Kent originally, so for him it's a local place for him to be buried that connects him to the ancestors too. I wouldn't, because I have no connection whatsoever to this place, but there are people who wish to follow on the Anglo-Saxon heathen practices. And this is the most famous. You probably have heard. Everybody's probably heard of Sutton Hoo. The reason I'm not going to go into great detail about Sutton Hoo because there's so much to say, but also, and there's so much talking about with the afterlife. If you know, Sutton Hoo it's a massive burial mound, but it in line with it's a ship burial as well. You can see we've got quite a few mounds and burial mounds. This was the film recorded in 1983, and this is when the ship burial was first being uncovered. We have very few ship burials. This is 1930s. But the reason I wanted to mention Sutton Hoo was because, in line with the others that I've talked about, this also makes a conscious use of an ancient landscape, because around where Sutton Hoo is now, Sutton Hoo is in the east of England, whereas most of the others I've been talking about are sort of in the south and maybe southeast, southwest. But this is east, and that's an interesting thing within itself, because we don't have a lot of burial mounds in the east. Yet the Anglo-Saxon magical practices are still very prominent in East Anglia, and what's now seen as folklore or folk traditions you can point to being traditions of the Anglo-Saxons from the 5th and 6th century, which is fascinating. It's a very interesting part of the country, and it's very flat, and it's where the Anglo-Saxon originally would have landed. So it's the landing place of the Angles and the Saxons, but probably mainly the Saxons, but some Angles, but this flat land that they've built this huge, they have this burial mound on. but it's the burial mound of the wealthy, because it's a ship burial belt with lots of the Sutton Hoo helmet and all this. But some of the ones around here, further afield that you can't see, would have been not necessarily of the wealthy. So, but it was still of a really important burial ritual landscape. And here we've got a land that was occupied, and we have burials from Neolithic and Bronze Ages. And also prior to that in the Iron Age. So we've got a lot of evidence and a lot of use of this have been a ritual site. So the reason is beyond us why it was chosen, but it does look like this conscious use of the ancient landscape. And that's all I'm going to sort of like really talk about with regards to Sutton Hoo, because there's so much written about it. But yeah.
I'm sorry to do this when you're in mid-flow, but we're running short on time.
Okay, I was just carrying on until she joined us. Is she there now?
Yeah, yes, she's here.
Okay, well, I will. I've not got much more to do.
Okay.
You want me to? Actually, I've got very little to do. But I can finish now if you want me to.
Yeah, no, finish up. I know we want some time for question and answers.
Yeah,
so we can do
please
that.
finish. And yeah, no problem. Okay.
Yes, well,
I haven't got. I'll quickly finish anyway.
I was trying to ping you.
Sorry. So what did you say, Hillary?
Oh, sorry, I was trying to ping you, but you didn't see the chats. It's all right.
Oh, I can't read chats when I'm talking. Sorry. Sorry, I can barely do this. Anyway, so I just want to give a mention. I'll carry on from that. But both Yevering and the place called Goodman are really interesting, because these are huge ritual sites with what seems to be known as posts that have been placed, with ritual posts in the center. And in Goodmanham, we have this supposition that there was that the posts were created and somebody was laid out who was a shamanic practitioner. So a shamanic practitioner who would have been buried in one of these sites, who will be then taking himself and the ancestors to the other world. That's not true. So yeah, so I'm going to just finish, then I'll go through all this. I will finish with just my little bit. Yeah. So we seem to know here that the study of the landscape and the funeral practices and the burial of the dead seems to give us a lot more importance and understanding of the role of the dead and the sacred geography. And these monuments that have been done kind of lead to being invested with supernatural qualities and ancestral qualities. Oh, there's a cat just about to probably cut me off. And we've got quite a few examples of that. And the spirits of the dead and supernatural powers can be associated with these old ruined buildings and leading to the reuse of sacred places. And it seems likely that the dead were deliberately placed in the landscape in order to symbolize and maintain relationships with these monuments, and with that liminality between the living and the dead. And we can also speculate that they would have returned like for seasonal assemblies, so there would have been gift changes, feasting, maybe political. Maybe we need that over here now. Political meetings and regular rites at different seasons of the year to ensure the benevolence of the supernatural forces believed to be residing in these sites, to bring that wealth and the benefit and success to the people who were still alive and still living around these sites. I think I'll finish there. I had a bit more, but that's it. I'll finish. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Linda, especially as you were expecting to speak later. And
I hadn't done my conclusion, so
Pauline,
We
do we have some moments for some questions?
There's one question in the chat.
I think there's two.
Oh yes, sorry. And we have one saying, what were the Halor sites before?
The Halor sites, they were either Iron Age, Neolithic. The Halor sites were burial mounds. That's they refer to earlier burial mounds. So depending on what part of the country it was, it would have been, I don't know, it'd been Neolithic, Iron Age, Bronze Age. But the Halor sites, they're mounds that would have been maybe not as big, or not as built up as the Anglo-Saxon ones, but they would have been mounds. interesting that most of them are built on flat landscapes where there are no mountains. So it might point to the fact that we don't have a lot of burial mounds in places like where you live and where I live. It's hilly. We don't have as much evidence, and it could be that the hills were seen as the special sites for them. You know, because we do as we do with henges. You know, we've got certain henges like Castle Rig, which doesn't have a henge around like Stonehenge. It's the hills itself around Castle Rig that provide the henge. You know, so it could be the importance of the mountains and the hills to these people.
And
That answers the question.
the second question is from Michael, and it's what is the most common thing found in the graves?
Most common thing seems to be knives, as I said before. So we've pretty much got knives in all the graves. In the women's graves, we tend to have beads, even if it's glass beads or amber beads, and keys. But the keys tend to be the more high class women, you know. But as I said, even the poorer, what's the indicator, the poorer people do have things in their graves. But with the men, it's some kind of cutting implement, whether it's to fight the way in the other world or cut things, cut ties, we don't know. But knives seems to be the most common.
Thank you. Thank you very much again, Linda, for stepping in when we had technical hitches going on in the background.
It's okay.
I hope the cats won't be too mean to you as you rush off to feed them.
One of them's on his floor on the back like this at the moment. You can see him, he's on the floor and I can show him. Woo, there he is. Woo. There he is, lying on the floor waiting to be fed.
That's a lot more patient than one of mine, who would insist on
Yeah.
meowing rather loudly.
I'm not making noise, you're okay.
So we move on today with Isvold, who is a Volva in Iceland. They have years of experience with their own family traditions, with local traditions, and they have been able to travel to various other countries to share with other spirit workers as well. But today they are here to talk to us about spirit communication in the living Icelandic tradition. So I'm sure that's going to be fascinating as well. So Isvold, I will pass on to you.
Okay, hi. Thank you, Linda, so much for jumping in. I have been traveling for the past week, and I came in yesterday and forgot what day is today. So I'm laughing at myself because I'm not prepared at all. So it will just have to be a beautiful flow. Talk about animal situation. I have 2 dogs here that just met each other today and my cat. So if there is some crazy barking, I will mute and try to situate that. So, hold on. Okay, they're actually having a stare down right now, so it's a little dodgy. I was interested in doing this talk because it's just hit kind of home to me since moving into this village, how busy we are with the afterlife and with death, how much it's part of our genetic makeup to have fascination about it, and it's something that is part of our daily life. And if when I was getting ready for this talk, I kind of asked around people in my family and people around me, little questions just for retrospect, like, do you think that we fear death? And everybody says no, we don't feel fear for death. We believe in the afterlife, we believe in the life after life, we believe there's all kinds of ways to die. There are good ways and there's tragic ways, but there's always this very firm belief in the life after life. And in our culture, it's also reincarnation. So we don't have this anxiety about never seeing each other again. And I was speaking to my grandmother, she's 92, and she's very open to talk about these things. And I said, you know, how do you feel about, you know, this winter of your life? How does it feel? And she says, well, I'm looking forward to meeting all my relatives in the summer lands. And I've had a really good life, and I've loved a lot, and I have grieved also, but that has been part of my experience, and I'll see you all in the Summerland. And the thing with Icelandic culture, it's always been a mashup, like a mix of traditions from the beginning of the settlement. We had our kings, but we had many, many, many slaves. And there were also the settlers that were from Ireland. They were not slaves, but settling here even before the big Norse, settlement came in. And it was also a port for, trade. So before settlement, then we were already like a mix of traditions. Like we had the Sea Sami, we were connected to Greenland. Christianity was coming in already. So from the beginning, it's been like a mix of people. And I think just from that foundation also was a respect to that people will have their personal beliefs. We're coming from different backgrounds, and then if you settle here, this kind of like anchors in you and becomes something that is, it's part of you, and it's respected for being part of you. So we have various types of what's after, like burial mounds and such, from settlement years to now. So you can see these different kinds of traditions mixing here. And so we have evidence of, the Sea Sami coming here and dying here. And there are some graves, especially in the east, very hard to get to. You have to go on a boat and sail to a little, island rock and be buried there because of the spirit of that place, that rock. And that person, this personality, related to that, had a connection to it, felt connected to the powers, something very deep in them to be buried there. And so we have, of course, many mounds. We were not Christian when we settled here, but regardless, burials, mound burials were common, and still would happen even, into modern day. There are stories of like a farmer in the West that died, but he did not want to be buried in the graveyard. He wanted to be buried near a nature, like a waterfall, some rocks. That's where he wanted to lay his body to rest. But the laws were saying that they couldn't do that. They had to be buried in the graveyard. But so carrying the casket up the hill and up the valley, it just got heavier and heavier and heavier until it was impossible to carry. And then people started to just, give up and say, hey, you wanted to be left in this valley. And they started just putting rocks on top of his casket. And still today, when we drive by it, we have to stop and put a rock on his casket, so his spirit is in peace where he's at and won't be going anywhere. There is a continuous belief in the spirit being able to come back to the remains of the body, and you can call on to different kinds of spirits, ancestors, by going to their mounds, to their graves, or to anywhere that you feel their spirit was attracted to be in the afterlife. there are some ancestors that choose to be part of nature. And it is not always that you're buried there. You could have such a deep connection to it that you just know that it's going to dwell there. And that's where we get some like waterfall dwellers from, some rock dwellers. But this comes originally, you know, the word draugur, I think more and more people are becoming familiar with it. It might be used in some TV shows or movies sometime, like a draugur, and it's like a Viking zombie. And it's when the spirit of the mound dweller can come back and walk again. But the original name, meaning of the name draugur is, a draugur is the branch of Yggdrasil, the world tree. And when you die, it's like a branch falls down. And you can build a mound around it and call the spirit back into that part of the tree. You know, this is coming to that we were made from trees, that we all live in a world tree, and the spirit can return into the tree. So when our bodies die, we become like a branch of Yggdrasil, and you can call it back into the mound to speak to you. And that is also like connected also to having a home tree, a tree by your house that you devote specifically to the connection to Yggdrasil, the world tree, and there you can connect to the big tree. So we always have these links to it that are tangible. But yeah, there's not a lot of people that know that draugur is actually the branch of Yggdrasil. Yeah, we are so familiar with the zombie ones. And it's still like it's a word in our living language, and it's amazing how much is locked into the language. And when you really start looking into it and folklore around it and stories passed on, that it unlocks a lot of history and meaning. Yeah, I mentioned the Summerland before, and that is like a mashup of because we can have so many various connections. We just have like this general place that we just call the Summerland, and in general speaking, we believe in reincarnation, and often reincarnation in your own family, and this belief in ancestors walking with you, and a lot of naming tradition comes from that sometimes that like a grandmother, great grandmother, or family member, before they pass, they will ask that their name will be passed on to someone that will be coming soon, or they will even know that they will come into a dream or such to be enough, yeah, to inform of the name, to enlighten them with the name that's going to bless the child. And sometimes that will be actually the ancestor reincarnated. And this is very strong in my family. We, just like many families here in Iceland, we are a small nation too. Today we're 350,000, but we were 250,000 when I was born. And I grew up with my great-grandmother, and I can't imagine how many, I think there were like only 140,000 when she was born. We are so closely related and connected. And it is very normal that you ask, like, from what people do you come from, to find the connections. And now today we also look into the internet and the Book of Icelanders and see that we are very, very related and interconnected. And just, yeah, Dries, I've seen how many people have lost somebody. You know, like the women would have many children, but like maybe they will experience just as many deaths. And there would be many reasons. It's always been hard living here. The weather changes like every 5 minutes, and it can get really brutal. And still today we have people dying out here, and most of them unfortunately are tourists. We are raised from the beginning to understand that nature here is fatal, and one mistake, you can't come back from it. and just like a town right next to mine. And where I live right now by the ocean, the water's here, it will just take you. And so you don't mess around with it. And so yeah, but still today this happens. There's, because we're so related, we will all experience death. Before I was born, there were 5 children under 1 year old that died. So when I came in, they were like holding me very dear and tight, and always worried, you know, will I make it? Will I make it? And I was coddled a lot. And I also came into the pain of the loss of the other children. And I was raised with these other children like spirit friends around me. And because I was said to be so close to them, for reasons of how I was born, I died and was born again during my birth. I was immediately like a mediator for these children to my family, which is also what led to why I am a seeress today and a communicator between the spirit world. And yeah, because I'm so close to death in that way. Yeah, I would like to share a little bit about this village. It's really fun. I came here because of spirits calling me. I would drive through this village and I would have dreams after it and meet people here that I've never seen before. And yeah, in the middle of COVID, destiny brought me here, and I didn't really know like the whole history of this village. I knew there was a ghost museum here, and I had been to that once, and which is really cool. They have a map of all the most famous spirits all over Iceland. We have so many types, variations of it, and I was quick to learn how haunted my village is. And yeah, I haven't, you know, I'm flowing here today, so I might, sorry, my ADHD will weave a little bit. We have many various names of what we would call the ones that come back or walk again or haunt. So we will maybe call like a male spirit a mori, and a girl skotta. And they will have like names like from where they're haunting, so they'd be called like Mohus skotta, because she haunted a specific family. And we have another famous here called Selsmori. He drowned in waters that's called Skerfljót, yeah. And they are very active spirits. And I had really no idea about them before I came here. And I was very quick to be introduced to them. And so we would have like freak accidents with the car, like doors will open all of a sudden, the windows will go down, the car will just stop all of a sudden. Like there's a lot of things around car. And the TV, like the channels would change a lot, and just pretty much anything to do with like, you know, technology and such and cars was messed with a lot. And when I started getting to know the village more, and I was, you know, I was at a coffee place and talking about dreams and spirit is pretty casual talk here. And I say like, you know, I swear, like what spirit am I meeting here? And everybody knew it automatically, like, oh, that's Selsmori. You met him. And then I learned that there is a place here next to the church that they make offerings to him. And he was a boy that was alive just in the like 1895-ish, like very, you know, late 1800s. And after a volcanic eruption to the east of us, many people had to flee that area and just walk around finding shelter and work. And this boy had reached all the way to my village, but the living was so hard at that time. 10,000 Icelanders died at that time because of plague and volcanoes, very hard living. So he didn't get shelter in a home. A man turned him away. So he was out in the night and he drowned in some waters. So he haunted this family until still today. And he has also become like a friendly spirit here. And he does just kind of like have these curiosities about the newest technology. And that's why he gets curious about the cars and things. And if you start, talking to him and making offerings and kind of like negotiate, like, do not come into my house unless I call you, and things like that, it's become very harmonious. And well, he is kind of like a water spirit. So we had a bit of a home accident this year where the upstairs bathroom flooded and it started to leak down into the corridors of my home. And it was big leak. I was just like, shit, my ceiling is raining. And but I managed to like dry everything up upstairs. It's just the plumbing was just old, and with the storms here, things kind of like washed up into the drains again. But it looked like it would be high haters, and knowing that Sjálfsmorði is such a worker and understands things and is into interacting, I asked them to help me because I'm alone with my children. I don't know how to deal with this plumbing situation. My partner's out at sea. And I figured out how to call help for like a person to come and check out the roof and clean up the damage. And when he looked up into the ceiling, I have like boarded floors, he was like, there's no water or damage at all. Not a drop of water. So it was just magically disappeared. All the thing I had to do was just paint over the board the fixer-upper took down. And I have absolutely faith in it that Sjálfsmorði helped me with that. I'm sorry, I forgot to look at the chats. Ooh. Do you see the link in Modern Wakes or Funeral Rituals? Yeah, to suppress the dead and control the restless dead. Yeah, it because we don't put ourselves in a position like that we are so almighty that you can just put things to rest very easily. You have to really harness the skill and know what you're doing and get help from the right people. And that has always been a thing here. Since, I'm still reading the sagas today. I'm helping my son read the sagas right now. And I'm looking at the same kind of like interactions with mound dwellers and hauntings from the Drauga spirits and such. It's still very similar approaches to it. And it is like very much a matter of having a lot of belief in your might and power and your connections to be able to deal with the restless. And so, for instance, we have a restless one here that it's hard for me to translate the name of him, but he was it's a very well documented like ascending, like when a ghost has been sent, a spirit has been sent, or it can even be made. Like it can be somebody can actually make a sending out of like bones and tools and such. And so it doesn't always have to be a human thing. It can be an entity, a sorcerer made. You can also conjure up a spirit to send at somebody, to haunt somebody. And then it could just be the restless spirits, or the ones that just don't want to go to the other life and just still want to kick around here and be all kinds of everything. And yeah, this is very well documented. Sorry, my phone rang. Okay. So we have we're a fisherman village, and we have very, very difficult. We don't have a harbor here anymore, but it was very difficult to come here up in harbor, and sometimes with the storms and winds, and because I also have to explain that we have a lava field going through like this property and into the Atlantic Ocean that makes a lot of breaks into the ocean. So it was one of the most dangerous places to come close to, but boats would sweep up here. And the whole coastline here is just called like a graveyard because there's so many fishermen spirits there and other spirits too, but a lot of fishermen spirits. And there's a hill just a little close to my house where family members would sometimes go on the hill to watch their other family members that were out at sea fight the storms, and sometimes they would just watch them crash onto the rocks and die. Some people could come back to shore, but it was sometimes like a hit or miss if you were be taken in, because sometimes it was so hard living here that you couldn't save anybody. It was just everybody fending for themselves. Yeah, afturganga is like, we just have many words for everything. So afturganga is like, can be, yeah, the one that walks again. And so we can use that word interchangeably with drauganga, andagangur, and there's a like, sorry, even like pukagangur, you know, like little devils and things like that. And so yeah, I was gonna relay this back to the ghost here. So there was like a fisherman like cabin here. So when the people would come back to sea, they would sleep there until they go back out. And one night they were playing cards there, and then right after midnight they were going into their beds. And this is like an old like turf house situation with just like beds on each side like this, and a little table in the middle and a little candle, you know. And all of a sudden one of the men started just to freak out. He was blue in the face. So they say his eyes were popping out. He was choking. He looked like he was going mad. And then this got lifted off of him. And they were like, what happened? He said like something, there was like a martröð. We call martröð is a nightmare, but it's also like a spirit that can, you know, like lay onto your body. And sometimes it's like a wet, oceany, like mar spirit. And they were like making sure like, you're not sick or something. And he's like, no, I saw something gray, something awful hold me down like this. And then they kind of like chilled the situation, went back to bed, but they didn't last like more than 5 minutes. And then it happened to the next guy. And that's how it went like the whole night. They were just interchangeably being sat on by the spirit choking them. And so it got spread around the village that this was happening, and it happened again the night after. And then they tried to go into a shelter with other fishermen in another hut, but then this just chased them over there. Then they tried to sleep in a house where the steerman of the boat lived, and then it happened again there. And in the end, they tried to put the clock of the church into the fisherman hut to make it go away, but still it did not work. And everybody was trying different kinds of prayers and different methods of getting rid of this spirit. And this spirit, it was said that most likely the spirit came first to the village, like some 50 years before. But there was a völva here called Stokseradisa that had met this entity and laid it to rest and put rocks on it, and was gonna, it was supposed to be made sure nobody would ever lift the rock. It's been trapped there. But when they were making the fisherman huts, they had removed a stone from it and let loose the spirit. And then there was a guy called Eyjólfur that he was like, I can't find the word for flökkumar, like it's not like a hobo, type that just like walks around everywhere, just goes between places. And he had word on him that he was wise and he had strong words. And he was asked by the villagers to try to get rid of this entity. And at first he was like, nah, but then he eventually did it. And he cast the spirit out to an island just outside the village here. But it would only work for 9 years. So every 9 years, you have to conjure that spirit back or send that spirit back to that island. And there is a spell around that still it lives in our books. Unfortunately, I had it marked, but I lost it now in all this chaos I'm in today. But I have also, I was going to read for you guys like what it's called, like a victory verse to help, cleanse and get rid of spirits and lay them to rest. And it's just for all kinds of sweeping, and it has Christian influence in it, but it's very animistic and it's still very connected to the old ways here. No matter what religion has passed through here, we are, I feel, first of all, very raw people, children of nature. We understand that we are part of her, and that nature has all this, has spirit. The wind has a name, and the sun and the moon and the island itself is a mother. And so it tends to weave into the folk tradition. But I was thinking that I would a little bit first just make sure that I haven't gone past any questions that I should address. Yes, talked about the Summerlands. Yes, Draugar are becoming very popular. So yeah, they're not just like Viking zombies, they can be all kinds of crazy looking. Yes, and yeah, we keep offerings and things like that just continuously, because we are very superstitious and we don't take any chances at all. And also Álfar, the elves are sometimes nature spirits. We have in our culture belief, we have like a whole nation of elves in different times of spirits that just share this island with us in different dimensions. And we can be haunted by that world also. And it's quite brutal. And yeah, and also I just want to point that, how it lives in our culture is, through our poetry and through our songs, because we can be just as anxious about dying as anyone, even though we don't fear it, but it's like there is an anxiety about it. It can be, it's normal, right? Like if you don't have a little bit of fear, then you're kind of screwed. You won't be careful. And so we comfort ourselves with lullabies that are very brutal, very morbid. It really hit me when I received the gift of being a godmother to a godparent to an American boy, and I was trying to share the things that are normal for me to share with my children and songs, and his father was just like, Isvold, oh my God, the child is being terrified. And I didn't realize, this is because this is not his landscape, this is not his reality. We have to understand the dangers out here and kind of be comforted by it also, that we are in this warm house singing a song about it. We are safe here, but we know the dangers are outside. And we know this is a reality, but know that, we lived and I love you. These things, these are still very important to us. And there's a lullaby that we all grow up with, that when I was working at daycare, I tried one singing it and all the children to the children, and I just didn't realize that it would make everybody miss their mothers so much. But the song is about like outlaw husband and wife. They had many children, but they were outlawed, so they had done things that made it that way that they were not protected by law, and other gangs of people could rightfully kill them without any retribution. And this pair was just being kind of like hunted around the island, and these are real people. You know, you can find this in our stories, and you can find it in our Book of Icelanders, our connection in relation to them. They would have many children on the way, but they would sometimes have to choose to leave their children out to die, because they would just be killed anyways by the gangs hunting them, or by the nature, or they just didn't have the means to feed them. So the most popular lullaby is the mother standing over a waterfall, and she's speaking of, you know, just like sleep, my little child, outside it's raining. Mama, me, mother, I will keep your jewels and gold in your hearts, and just, you know, sleep. And then in the second verse, they start talking about how they're being hunted by these gangs of people, how they're outlawed. And in the end verse, she simply says that the men, people, humans, we live, we thrive, we'll miss each other. And it speaks of the deathly deep crevices of our glaciers. And so it's very haunting image. And yeah, so you can, I'll sing the first verse so you have an idea of what the hype is about, what I'm speaking of. Sofðu unga ásti mín, úti regnið grætur. Mamma geymir gullið þitt, gamla hlekki og völuskrín. Við skulum ekki vaka dimma nætur. So yeah, we should not wake through the dark nights. And then she throws her baby off the waterfall, and we're supposed to just rest easy. So can you imagine how morbid we might be a little bit? And you know, and the other lyrics would be like, you know, the mother is rocking you to sleep, and outside it waits a face in the window, and this face is just all the dangers that are out there, you know, but you're safe in here. Yes, the best song is The Cat That Eats You If You Don't Give Socks for Christmas. You know, and I'm raised with this. It's less talked about it with the generation of my children, but you know, I like to install just a little fear in them for fun. But so you know, Grilla is another like manifestation of a spirit that we must fear and venerate to be okay. And so she is like the harsh winter. She reflects the mothers that I've spoken about that have many children, but she also had many children die. And that is all, you know, written in her folklore. She had many husbands before she had her last husband that she stuck with for the longest time. And so she had the Yule lads, but also daughters. And then she had the cat that was bigger than your house. And it was, so it was a story to make sure that people would dress their children well enough for the winter. So they would work extra hard to make sure that you get socks or something warm, because if you are not warm, you can't keep warm in the winter here, you will die. So that is a manifestation of that. And yeah. And who knows, you know, I would imagine seeing the Yule cat when I was little, but maybe we believe so much we have created a fylgja of our nation, a cat familiar that represents that to us. And so I encourage Icelanders to not get too crazy about the the winter Christmas hype, you know, like, because a lot of people get very depressed this time of year, but always are trying to like keep up the hype, because in our genes, and just until like we got introduced to like the Coca-Cola, Santa Claus, the winter spirits were very cruel and difficult, and we dwelled inside. We slept more. We didn't go out so much. We had prepared the foods and everything for hibernation, and we would go out on certain times a year to, you know, with pots and pans to like spell away the winter spirits, but also invite some of them in and be friends with us and treat us well. And still today we carry such superstitions today. It's already a superstitious day to me, because in our moon calendar for us in Iceland, tonight is winter night, a day where I do not communicate with anyone but my own family inside my own house. And I have no idea how I slided this year like this, but I'm not worried about being here right now. I just think it's very interesting. And I think maybe, you know, in this day and age where we're at the same time becoming more connected by technology, but at the same time also disconnected, you know, we have to be kind of vigilant to keep our human hearts intact here, that we are connecting with real people. And we all have our grief in life. We've all lost someone or will, and we will all die. And we all have ancestors and spirits that we venerate and hang on to, and have faith in the life after this life. And it's important that we speak together about that, not just here in my village or country, but, you know, I feel very good about talking about it with all of you here. Yeah, I think it really does fill my heart right now with a deep sense of community. And we don't have to be so shy with all traditions. I will still keep some things to myself, like my outsittings and my year walks, where I attempt to meet the baddest ghost I can find every year. And dare myself to sit through it. So thank you for letting me just flow with you guys, and that was just really sweet. And so if there's any like questions right now would be a good time.
Thank you so much, Isvold. And hopefully, you know, the winter night spirits will take this as communicating with a wider sense of family. You are still in your home.
Yes. Yes. And while I'm at it, there is a ceremony that I must do. And I'm like, wow, spirit really just helps me so much, because when I get the ADHD, they still hook me up with all the things I need. So it's like, what? So I have a candle and I have a piece of heather. It should be the Icelandic beitiling that I should be holding, but this is the closest thing I could find last minute. And so like on nights like this, especially the winter nights and Yule and winter solstice, anytime that spirits can be extra active, summer solstice, okay, so it just continues. Certain ceremonies can be active. So this is the prayer we say that come those that should come, and stay those that should stay, and go those that should go, me and mine unharmed. And there are many means of doing this thing, like walking around the house and lighting all the candles in the house, opening the window, sweeping it out. So I will do it in Icelandic, because we've been speaking of the spirits, and I live in a very, very haunted village, and spirits come and talk to me all the time. Koma skal sem koma vilja, og fara þar sem fara vilja, og vera þeir sem vera vilja, mér og mínum að meinleysi. Heill. Say Heill, and I'll say Amen just in case if we got Christian spirits on the road. And also, I'm gonna write down, it was called, so hold on, the song, they were asking what was the name of the song. Oh my God, I can't get my Icelandic writing to work, so English ties it. Okay, so like, you can like copy paste. Oh, I sent it direct to Hillary. Hillary. Oh my gosh. I won't figure it out. Hillary can maybe copy paste it for me, or I'll do it in the end. Solve the ungástu mín. Oh yeah. I'm not seeing questions jumping in. Oh, thank you, Hillary. Thank you. I get technically overwhelmed. Even the simple things. And it was also important that, yeah, because I don't get an immediate question coming in right now. I want to pray the Sigur verse, the victory verse. I have a book of exorcisms because that's one thing I do. And it is folk traditional, and it comes from many places, from my own family, but also things that I have found just interacting with the other people in this field here. And that is why, like, you know, that is good that I'm very connected to the churches here, because they hold a lot of information about the heathen things. And just the other day, because I'm in the church council now, which is really funny because there's never been a non-binary vulva in a church council, like openly in a church council, you know, that way in church council. And I went into the church choir. I am like totally freaking out. And then like my first gig was meeting the Archbishop of the whole of Iceland last week, or, you know, before I went to Europe. And it was a stare down for a minute, but we were like, okay. But we started relating, and she believes in elves too. And she understands me quite well and appreciates that I respect the church and care about the spirits there. And that's why I'm there. And so we're getting to know each other now. We'll see where that goes. But so you won't understand this because this is Icelandic unless somebody's Icelandic here. So I read this with all my heart, and I hope it helps to do any kind of clearing that it needs to do in your body temple, your home, your dreams, your consciousness. It speaks here about getting the victory from the herbs of the earth, from the stars, from the moon, that we become very fertile, we will grow, we'll be happy. And yeah, and from any kind of mold or dirt or anything, we will always sprout out from again. And that is always this promise of tomorrow. So here we go, Sigur vers. Verði mist til sigurs og lukku, allar urtir sem úr jörðu byrlast og af henni spretta og henni búa. Komi mér heill af himni og hjálp af jörðu, sigur af sólu og sæl af tungli, styrkur af stjörnum og stóð af öllu þjónustu öndum drottins. Míns verði nú ætíð eins og í þessu sinni, mín orð svo sigursæl og kröftu, sem sjálfur drottni dýrðarinnar, þá sem uppreist af dauða læknaði sjúka og uppreist af dauða andvana og skapaði himin og jörð. Þér drottin allt mögulegt, þér einum oframi með lífi sálu sinni og öllum kröftum í tíð og eilífð, mér til allra lukku, blessunar og farsældar. Og ég bið þig, frelsa mig með farsæld frá öllum mínum mótstöndurum, fyrir forþjónustu sakir, þín sonar mínum guðsdómlega, frelsara í bróður, í hans nafni bið ég, og í nafni bænheyr mig, himneski Guð og Herra, amen og heill, vertu til árs og friðar, Frigg, Freyja, jörð, Þór, Týr, Jesús, anskoti sjálfur, ekki fokka í mér. So, that is that prayer. And yes, I wish you all wholeness and happiness. Thank you, everybody. So
Thank you so much, Isvold. And that was wonderful. And a lot of really timely stuff there for me. So that's fascinating.
So good
So-
when you said let spirit work, then it will just flow through, right? So this was so fun. Thank you so much, everybody, for this company tonight. Love to
Thank-
everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, bye.
We've got a couple of minutes before we're due to start. Welcome back, everyone. And it gives me great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Albert Bjorn Shiell, who's a British native. Now Icelandic local, who's lived in Iceland for 5 years. Practice incorporates some Sussex roots. It's nice to see someone else born in Sussex. The coincidences that come out in these conferences are wonderful for me. So he's now got a path that blends the folklore and lore from the Sussex coast. I'm saying coast, it might not be the coast. There's a bit of inland Sussex as well, with Icelandic things, and focuses on what works and how to utilize it. He's very recently had a book published on Icelandic plant magic, which I believe has a photo of Isvold on the front cover. And I think his topic this evening just follows on beautifully from what Isvold was talking about, which I remind myself, rules of the dead, necromancy in Icelandic traditions. So sounds absolutely fascinating. So Albert, I will pass on to you.
I just want to test that people can hear what I'm saying. I'm just a little bit
I can
worried
hear
that
you.
my microphone not be. Okay, perfect.
Good.
Okay, I'm just gonna get my PowerPoint up. Okay. Oh, no, I can't see how to make it big. Okay, here we go. Okay, I might be a little bit rusty because I had a cold and my throat was a bit not great. So if anybody needs me to repeat anything, then just let me know. But yeah, so I'll start. What is necromancy? Necromancy is spirit communication with the dead, and divination through the dead. And just going to move my camera quickly so it's not in the way. Cool. In pop culture now, necromancy is normally more than just communication with the dead. It's raising the dead. People tend to think about that quite a lot, but really it's sort of absolutely anything and everything connected to working with ghosts and spirits and all of this sort of stuff that's been talking about quite a bit tonight. And yeah, in Icelandic tradition, and especially like living tradition in Iceland, which I'm lucky enough to be a part of now, it's sort of, there's a lot of fluidity between what is like what's a ghost, like Isolt was saying, like there's lots of different names for ghosts, and I'll discuss a little bit of that tonight, talking about what makes something a draugur, what makes something a afturgangur, what makes something a puki. Yeah, there's lots of sort of fluidity between all of these things, because a few things have like tick off the same sort of things on the checklist, but not all of them. So I'll talk a little bit about that. I will continuously tend to go off on little tangents, so I'm going to try and stick to the PowerPoint as much as I can. Yeah, so we'll start with fantasy wizards that raise zombies. This is typically when people talk about necromancy now, this is what they'll think of, like high fantasy wizards raising sort of armies of the dead. And it's not all that different from the stories that we have of Iceland in the way in the past, there's like a wizard in a small town in Iceland, who is known for like bringing these creatures back from the dead and things like this. And there's a lot of sort of high fantasy stuff that comes with all of the sagas and all the mythical things. But then even like from way in the past there, like into through like 1500s religious reform, and since like from the settling of Iceland to like the brief period that Iceland was officially pagan to then like official Christianity, which was really sort of like a I would say 200-300 year period of things being very sort of dependent on whether you wanted to pray to Odin that day or Jesus that day or all of this sort of thing. And that continues on really for quite a lot of people in living tradition. That continues on until now, where we have where you hold Odin in one hand and Jesus in the other, and it's a really interesting mix. So you have these wizard priests. In the 1500s, like with the end of Catholicism in Iceland, a lot of the wizard priests were sort of demonized and turned into these. The propaganda was that they were all sort of evil demon masters and things like this, and they would bring back the spirits of the dead and command the devil and things like this, which you could argue like how much of that is anti-Catholic propaganda and how much of that has some sort of connection to the past. But the threads of wizards that raise zombies continue all the way to today, specifically because we have Jón Árnason, who was a folklorist. His collection of folklore stories is like the main sort of chunk of what a lot of people use and refer to nowadays. And he went around all of Iceland and collected stories from everywhere, and from like from some stories as old as like the settlement times and things that might have survived for all of then until he was doing this in the 1800s, like I think 1860 the book was published. But he was doing this for a long time, and also then like building off of the same thing that people had done generations and generations before, and compiling every sort of story. And he gives us the main sort of like the real like meat around zombie magic in Iceland. So you have uppvakningar, which like is like woken up beings, which then does translate to zombies, but it's not exactly the same sort of mindless zombie that just is raised by a priest and then will just do what it's told. There's a lot of lore around how you sort of tame and control these spirits, and you have to sort of win a struggle against them basically, before they'll give you what you want. So it's not ideal magic. It's not very commonplace, and it's not very easily done. But he gives us like a really good account of what you should do and when you should do it. So I'll talk about him in a second. But then also there are some magical staves as well that are older than his collection of things, which then like also give us clues as to like how people viewed spirits and how people viewed the dead, and this idea of control, and control over the spirits, and especially over the spirits of the land, from a very sort of patriarchal Christian side, as like opposed to the sort of pagan aspect of things, of understanding that the spirit ecology of the entire land was this sort of very intermixed thing, without one person having like a higher standing than say maybe like a land spirit down the road or things like this. And through the way that these staves are used and who they were used by, you can see who sort of had this much more patriarchal Christian view, this very sort of like church control vibe, and then who had these other views. But I'll get onto all of it as we go through. There are quite a few slides, so I need to try and time this correctly, so I hope it doesn't go too long. But yeah, we have Jón Árnason's method of raising the dead. And so this involves, I'm not going to read exactly what's written, by the way, so I'll try and keep on it, but like maybe try and read through as well at the same time, if you want to absorb as much as you can. But Yeah, so we have the sort of the very detailed method that he gives involving prayers and some staves even, and this Rowan branch, which then connects back to what Isvold was talking about with the branch with Draugur as the name for like a branch of Yggdrasil as well. So there are all these threads that have sort of survived all this way through, and we have the method involved like a bell, that you'd be ringing this bell, and bells as a tool of exorcism have always been a thing. You have the reading of the Lord's Prayer backwards, ideally in Latin, and then also other Galthuran spells and things like this that would have been used all at the same time. There's like a very specific set of instructions that you have to do on certain days as well, before you have this creature that rises up out of the ground. Even the specific body that you're raising is something you should give a lot of thought to, because for a few reasons. So like firstly, like when you're working with the spirits of the dead as well, especially if they're maybe ancestors of yours or spirits of people who you've known, or even if you go to a graveyard and you want to work with, for people who are doing this in a sort of practical setting, and I don't know exactly what everyone's practices are, but if you want to work with the spirits in a graveyard, for instance, you would go, ideally you would go to a graveyard and sort of announce yourself and say like, I'm contacting the sort of head spirit of this graveyard, and I'd like, normally that's the first person who was buried in the graveyard, and lots of graveyards will have plaques that will say like the first person buried in this graveyard was this person in this time, and it was consecrated here and when, and all of this. So it's quite easy even to find like a name of the person. I think that's a thing outside of Iceland as well. I'm not 100% sure, but at least it's very easy in lots of graveyards in Iceland, or it'll be in a book somewhere, or it'll be in someone's memory somewhere, because names are held for generations and generations, which also will come up again later. But you would contact the first spirit of this graveyard, and discuss with them, I would like to do this, I'd like to raise this spirit, I'd like to maybe talk to the spirit of this doctor, because there's some medical information that I need that they would have had that I don't have. And a lot of necromancy in Iceland, specifically spirit contact to gain information, is done by this. Like you would go to the graveyard and be like, oh, I'm going to talk to Bjorn, who was a doctor 500 years ago, because he'll know this specific information that I have. And I think for me that's a very nice animistic way of thinking of things as well, because like then this person has a certain knowledge and you can call it back from them. I'm going to just open the chat quick just to see, because I'm trying to so in Sweden it's the same thing of having the first person buried in the graveyard is then the guardian of the graveyard as well. And I think sometimes it's also a dog, and that's I don't know about dogs here, I haven't come across that very much, but like the first person buried in the space often is then they sort of after death become this guardian spirit of the place, so everything needs to go through them basically. Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. But you would go to a graveyard, find the main spirit, discuss with them who you would like to maybe raise. Then you would find the physical grave. Then you have to think about as well, in Icelandic folklore, the longer the person who you're trying to raise lived, and the older, like the longer the corpse has been buried, the stronger it will be. So it's a bit gruesome, but you have some sort of stories, and some, especially like word of mouth passed down things as well, that say that the spirits of children are easier to raise and work for you, because as like one of the steps of this process when you're raising the dead, you have to sort of wrestle the ghost, the body, like the corpse, you have to wrestle it back into the grave. Sometimes you have to take something from its mouth to sort of beat it into submission, so that it will then do the thing that you want it to do. It's probably quite a gruesome, horrible image to think of, so I'm sorry if it's like, maybe it's not the nicest thing to think about, so we'll move on from this in a bit. But I tend to think of it as, I don't know if anybody's watched Buffy, but the way that the vampires come back from the dead in Buffy and suddenly they're super strong and they're ready to sort of just fight, that's sort of the vibe when these Draugr are waking up. And you have to ideally have a whole team of people with you. You have to have one person praying, one person ideally with a bell to keep other spirits away, one person who is ready to like hold the body down with you. So like it's a whole involved thing, which also then you have some accounts of people doing this alone. And I would be a little bit skeptical of that being a thing that people could do, because no matter how powerful you are, if you want to think about magic like that, no matter how much sort of power you might have accumulated, this is still a very dangerous thing to be doing, and not something that you could do alone. But yeah, so people also tend to, in the stories as well, like people might have raised the body of a child instead, because it would be easier to get the spirit to do things for you. But then if you're thinking about what this spirit could do, like it's this thing of you're raising the person, you're not just raising like a zombie. And so when you're raising a person, you're raising all of their skills and memories and things that they would have learned, and all of this, like all the information they would have had before they died, and some maybe after they died as well. You're raising that. So if you want like an old doctor who maybe had, I don't know, 50 years of practicing medicine, he would have loads of information, but it would be very difficult. Whereas if you wanted to raise the spirit of, if it was to be like a child and raising the spirit of a child, so that you then had a spirit who could sort of sneak around and do things, like children can sort of run in and out of everywhere and not be really noticed. And that's maybe something that people would have wanted from the spirit that they're raising. But this is the sort of, quite a few things that I'm going to talk about here are like very sort of deep and dark and a bit gross, which tends to be a lot. I mean, it is necromancy, but it tends to be a lot of Icelandic folk magic, especially around death, is pretty gross and weird. So sorry if this is a bit weird for anyone, but I'll it takes a village to raise a house. Absolutely, yeah, that's a perfect phrase for this. But what do we have? Yeah. So a dog buried in the corner of a cemetery as the guardian of the place, and then also the first person buried in the cemetery. Things like that are common themes, I think. But yeah, let's move on. So we have the method of raising the sort of the physical Draugr and the zombie. But then also like the majority of what you would expect like this sort of wizard priest of the past to be doing would be like actually commanding the spirits of the dead, which doesn't always sit so right with me, again because of this thing of patriarchal Christian sort of ideas of control over everything, compared to just the more sort of animistic idea of working with things. But anyway, throughout grimoires and stuff, there's and like Galdrabækur, the Icelandic word, you have a few different staves that are attributed to necromancy and to raising of spirits to gain information and things like this. This specific one has been worked to reveal the identity of a thief, and you would carve or write this on wood. Ideally, I think rowan, just because rowan has so many connotations with necromancy anyway, as a plant. And you would carve this or burn this into some rowan wood. You would throw it onto the grave of a person or of a spirit that maybe you've worked with before, or maybe you are starting a new relationship with. And then you would tell them, like, this has been stolen from me. I want this. I want to know the name or location of the person who stole this from me. And in theory, the spirit would fly off and find you this information and then come back. And I would argue that then if it can do that, then is this stave not just a stave to help work with spirits anyway? Because if it can get one very specific piece of information for you, why couldn't it get other very specific pieces of information for you? And you find often like a sort of short staff that comes up every now and again in, I don't remember the word for it. There's an Old Norse word that it comes from. But it's not like a tall staff. You have like a sort of shorter, like not like a baton, but like maybe like a sort of half-length staff that would be carved with staves and inscribed with things, and often like struck onto the ground and onto mounds as well, burial mounds and things to raise the spirits of these mounds. I don't remember the name for it, but I can find it out. And yeah, so if you had this symbol, you're to carve it into a stick or a staff and throw this onto the grave, and the spirit will like leap forth from the grave and you'll tell it what to do. There's no folklore of the same struggle that happens with the physical corpse if you're doing that sort of the physical necromancy versus the spirit necromancy. But if the spirit can answer this specific question about a thief, what else can it answer? So to carve this into a rowan staff and use this as a tool to command the spirits around you, ideally with their permission, then this might be a very useful tool for people to use. And I've used the word Ancestral as like literally that translates to spirit sorcerer, and the mother you can change for Kona, Kvar, for whichever gender feels the best. And so yeah, this is a perfect tool to use, and it can be inscribed with other staves as well. I haven't included a picture of it here, but maybe some people know Holostafur, which is a more sort of cruciform shape that's used for opening mounds. And so you could carve a bunch of these staves onto the same stick and work it in the same way or very similar ways. But yeah, so that brings me on to the sort of commanding. And it comes along with the idea of the priests who were creating these different magical staves would probably have been of a mindset of everything is under God, and as a priest I'm directly under God, which means everything else is under me, so I should be able to command I should be able to command everything, which we know is not fair or right. But yeah, if you wanted to work with it in a more animistic way, then definitely the use of permission. And I feel like personally as well, to work with spirits in a way that isn't commanding, in a way that is some sort of exchange, you're going to get better results, because I mean it's the same as, I guess, work. Like, you don't just shout at your employees and expect them to behave in the same way towards you in return all the time. So yeah. But yeah, so if anybody wants to test this stave, I would recommend more of an animistic way and asking for permission of any spirits that they work with, or the spirit of a graveyard, to ask the entire graveyard if anyone is willing to work with them, and then maybe do some divination that will guide you towards that spirit. I just need to plug my laptop in because it's, sorry about that. Okay. Okay, cool. Okay, so so then we have priests, and just gonna, I'll just check the questions quickly, sorry, if there are any. Oh, okay. I don't actually know what would have been placed in the mouth of a corpse. It just, there tends to be things in the folklore that says just, oh, there's this, and there's no explanation, as if people will still understand in hundreds of years what specifically was, you know, was the process. But yeah, I'm not actually sure. I don't know if it's maybe, this is just speculation, but if maybe it's, oh, okay, so it's okay, paper, okay, so that makes more sense. Okay, nice, right. Oh, sorry. Okay, I'm gonna minimize that. Okay, so the next thing that we have is from what is necromancy, magicians summoning spirits of the dead and making pacts and deals. So we have a couple of examples of where this has been a thing, with spirits of the dead, but also then with spirits that might have been dead people at some point and have sort of changed into other things, or are at the same time dead people. And I mean, I don't want to use the word demon, but Sapuki, like as a, I'll talk a little bit more on it in a minute, but like as a sort of mischievous imp type spirit, not necessarily evil, but a spirit of a person could eventually become this. Like in Icelandic tradition, there's the whole thing of everything is so fluid that you could yourself become a troll if you were to be trollish, which I wouldn't recommend. But yeah, so then yeah, so we have the priests who are making deals and pacts, and then I'm just gonna move this, sorry, there we go, now I can see the whole screen. Okay. So in terms of spirits who were spirits of the dead who were specifically summoned up and called back, we have Gottskálk, who was he's known as Grimmi, which means the cruel. He was a priest in either Hólar or Skálholt, I'm not sure. Isvold will know because they know very much about this particular priest. But this is an example in Icelandic magic of a spirit, specific spirit of a priest being called back up again and again. Hólar, okay, perfect. But yeah, so there are a few different stories around his ghost, all very terrifying, and calling on him is not a very wise thing to do. There's a particular story of Loftur, who was Galthra. There's a story called Galthraloftur, which was made into a play, I think, in Denmark. But this is about another priest, like 200 years after Grimmi, who was obsessed with him because he supposedly wrote this book, Rauðskana, the Galdrabók of the sort of darkest, deepest evil magics, which was that Catholic, like anti-Catholic propaganda, or was that legit? I like to think maybe a bit of both, but probably, hopefully, a bit more of legit. But this other priest, 200 years after, attempted to resurrect Grimmi and to call him back up and to potentially make some sort of deal with him to find his book and to gain knowledge from him. And this is not something that people should do, because Loftur ended up in a boat sailing off into the middle of the sea, and nobody ever heard from him ever again. And then other stories later tell of other people who tried to summon Grimmi and also went mad and disappeared forever with no trace. But yeah, we have some very clear evidence of this being a thing that people believed that you could do, of summon up these spirits, and specifically priests, as priests were very knowledgeable in those times. Okay, there's a question about Puku, but I'm going to go on to that in a second. Yeah, and then also, so there's Grimmi as one example of a spirit who's not a very savory character, who you don't really want to be messing with. But then you have other magical people in Iceland, and not just magical people. You could call up the spirit of anyone for anything specific that you needed to know. But often there's a sort of a thin line between what is necromancy as calling on the spirits of people to tell you things, and what is like a neuromancy is the I think Greek dream divination. In Icelandic is draumaspá, which is then spirits of the dead visiting you in dreams. And there's a very thin line between, like, is this dream divination, or is this spirit divination that just happened to happen in a dream? Or, you know, there's a lot of nobody really knows exactly where the line is with that. But yeah, lots of wizards and priests, and don't want to use the word witches, but Norn as a Icelandic word for witch that we use now anyway, Yeah, safe corner, and like a bunch of just whichever word people were using, these different magical practitioners. It's a tradition that they're called up again and again, and I think in Groa culture as well. In that particular story, I don't remember exactly because I haven't read it in a very long time, but yeah, the calling back of dead wizards and witches and magical people basically is a very commonly done thing. And yeah, so it's also yeah, I've also written here where as Iceland began with a small population of original settlers, many can trace their lineage back to someone somewhere who practiced magic in the country. And you have, so like in Stokkseyri, where Isvold is, Stokkseyri Disa, as a magical practitioner who lived at a certain time, who then, you know, could be called back in that specific location for wisdom and for information and things like this. And so when you have in Iceland, it's pretty easy because everything is written down. All of these names and places are recorded, so you could go to a certain place, know that in the graveyard there's this spirit of this spirit of this spirit, and also any mounds around like the area that have specific folklore and specific people tied to them. I wouldn't recommend going and doing that without knowing anything about them, because like with Grimmi, there are lots of, this is a general sort of warning that there are lots of people who don't like to be called back. I feel like it's also this thing of people tend to look at spirits and the dead as, sometimes people look at them as sort of more enlightened and higher spirits, which for me is a bit weird, because I'm like, what do you suddenly, maybe there's things you understand after death that you simply can't understand when you're living in a physical body. But I don't tend to, from the folklore and from people's communication with spirits, I don't tend to look at ghosts as inherently more knowledgeable. Maybe they are able to collect information easier. If you can walk through walls, I'm sure you can go to any place and collect information a lot more easier than you could if you had to ask for it, or there were other boundaries in the way. So yeah, that's, I guess, something to think about a little bit. And for me, that's a very sort of animistic, not like a very natural thought and an animistic mindset of why would they suddenly be more sort of evolved, these spirits, because they'll know what they knew, and maybe they'll learn new things in death, but they aren't inherently sort of all-knowing. Yeah, so anyway, sorry, that's a tangent, and we will get back. What's the time? I just want to check that I'm not going too far. Okay. So then we have Puki, and deals with djöflar, like devils. That's the plural for this word. Puki is the singular and Pukar is the plural. Lots of similarities here with sort of witches familiars in traditional witchcraft, and this falls into necromancy for me, because often Puka can be the spirits of people who have stuck around and want to complete tasks and want to do things. And you have, maybe like a particularly busy ancestor who wants to work for you, really, and complete tasks, and maybe gets a lot of joy out of that and still does in death. So there's lots of sort of, lots of wiggle room between what something is and what something isn't. And so, these like servitor spirits is a word that I've used. Not necessarily, they don't have to necessarily be servers, but often with Puki, it's the vibe of they will do tasks and do what you ask of them, really, just because that then becomes the sort of thing that they need to continue to exist. And just back to this question in with the relation of the Puka, I guess, or Fuka, I've also heard it called. I think probably there's some connection with this word. I don't know. Okay, that's interesting. As a tangent, magic mushrooms are also called Pukis in Gaelic. There's probably something there. Definitely not something that I know a lot about, but there's probably some sort of thread there with the words. But yeah, and so yeah, similar in the way that witches in traditional witchcraft and folkloric witchcraft in the UK, for instance, had their familiars. You do have in Icelandic tradition the puki, and maybe like a whole collection of them. People could have a whole bunch of different puki that do different jobs for them, and that could be like chopping wood, or tormenting your neighbor that you don't like, or retrieving information for you, or going and stealing milk, like all of these sort of things. And yeah, so like a puki is then just a sort of impish spirit that needs to fulfill a task, and these can be ghosts. So they do fall under necromancy, but they can also be created as well. Yeah, I'll go into that a little bit more at the end, because there's something that I specifically want to link that to. It's interesting as well within Russian and Slavic folklore, the term chort, which is like a word for demon. People, witches in, I think, maybe like the 16th century in areas of Russia would have collections of demons who worked for them and did things for them. And it's a very similar thing in Icelandic magic as well, of you would have people who had like a bunch of different little demons that did stuff for them. So it's an interesting thread there that haven't done any research into, but just that's something that's a common thread, so there's probably something there. But yeah, so then one of the main things that I wanted to talk about in this was the idea of earthbound spirits, and in Icelandic tradition, why spirits are so bound to the earth. You know, so I'll just move out of the way. Okay. So yeah, with an animistic belief, it makes a lot of sense to suggest that after death, parts of the self fade back into the land. There are the different parts of the soul. I don't know. For me, I'm still sort of trying to work out what makes the most sense for me in terms of parts of the soul. But some people follow maybe like the threefold soul idea of the upper, middle, and lower soul, and the lower soul fades back into the earth, and the middle soul stays around as a ghost and joins your sort of court of spirits and ancestors. And then the upper soul is the sort of spark maybe that goes back to whatever it is that it came from and is reincarnated, which I think is already, I feel like that's too simplistic for it to be the way that it is, but also I feel like no one's ever going to know exactly, so like we can just sort of guess. Yeah, with just with the way that spirits in Iceland behave, it makes a little bit of sense if we think about different parts of the soul staying around, because you have the idea and the belief that depending on where you are when you die, if you were to die in the ocean, then your soul is technically belongs to Raun and Ægir, like the sea god and, well, giant and giantess gods. And that's a thing that people still believe, that if you died at sea, your soul would go to Raun and live in an underworld, an underwater underworld, basically, forever. But it's interesting with Iceland that you have people sort of sticking to, like Isvold said about people sticking to areas. And there's a tradition in the UK of having park benches named after, like plaques on park benches where you'll have, this was a favorite spot of this person who sadly passed away, such and such. And it's interesting because Iceland sort of works like that, where you have like the name of the specific ghost and where they then are. And they sort of stay around in a certain place, if that's a place that was a favorite place of theirs. Which is interesting as well when you think of how few woodlands there are in Iceland and how many people love the woodlands. You have a lot of spirits in the woods. Is it elves or is it human spirits? Are elves human spirits? There's so many different things in that anyway. Yeah, it's interesting when you think about where people love the most and where the sort of ghost activity and all these stories come from. There's like a definite correlation between the amount of people that love a place and the amount of ghosts that end up in a place. But also no, in the general thing that I wanted to specifically talk about with this was that names act as an anchor for spirits to a place. And I would argue, because the way that we know in Iceland, that the ghost still behaves the same way that it did when it was alive. So you have, yeah, your ghost might be in a place that it loved just because it loved that place, and it would go there often. And when you have in the name of a place combined with, like, yeah, so the ghost of this place, or the skota of this place, or yeah, Droiger of this place, or whatever, it's just because people continuously name it as this thing that, in at least from my idea, it sort of will solidify that being in that place and bind it to that place. Or, you know, a chunk of what's left of it is bound to that place. But it's interesting when you think about the way that ghosts behave in Icelandic tradition, because if you tell a ghost to leave, it has to leave, which is the thing that doesn't often come up. At least from what I've, but you have houses in the middle of sort of nowhere in, I mean, everywhere in Iceland just tends to be the middle of nowhere, but you have houses, maybe sort of a farm, like way out in the east, and people will move into the farm, and then the local people will remember that, okay, there's a ghost in this house, and his name is Gunnar, and he's been in this house forever. And I would say that simply because there is a living memory that's persistently sort of reinforced and talked about, this ghost is in this place, like he is in this place now, it's his place. Physically he lived there, so he sort of left his mark there anyway, but the fact that people continuously keep on sort of refreshing his memory means that he's not assimilating into the land in the way that a lot of other spirits would do if they're left in a place for a long time, at least from that's sort of my idea of it. And I would say that, like in England, you have maybe, you know, you have like the sort of the grey lady of this ghost, of this castle, sorry. And so she's this ghost that people will see, maybe without sort of facial features, and just sort of a grey shadow that will be in this place at a certain time, because people will remember the time that maybe this ghost died, or have a general memory of her. If we don't know her exact name, you'll get more of a sort of apparition that's not as refined as like a sort of ghost with a face would be. I would, if I'm thinking about it like that, I'd say it sort of maybe makes more sense that the more people remember about the spirit, the more anchored it is to the place. I've gone on like way around this whole thing now with this, so I'll try and get back to my focus. But yeah, so ghosts in Iceland, if you tell them to leave, they have to leave. They can come back eventually, but then you can tell them to leave again. So it's sort of, people are treating these spirits as if they are still alive, as well, which I think adds another layer to this idea that a lot of stuff is anchoring spirits to the place. But yeah, there's and also that's sort of one thing that makes it a little bit easier to communicate with spirits in Iceland, I would say, is that, yeah, all of these memories exist of these spirits, and maybe traits of who they were and things like that, which makes them more like of a coherent being, that you're able to communicate with easier, because you don't need to maybe wait for a certain time, like Halloween, say, when like the veil is thin and things like this. You don't need to wait for that sort of moment, for that connection between those realms, because those realms are sort of squished into each other all the time. I hope that makes sense. I know that I've really gone around in circles about that, sorry. But that was one of the main sort of rules of the dead that I wanted to talk about, was that the memory of a spirit anchors it to a place. So I'm gonna, okay, I've spoken now about pretty much all of this next slide, so I'm sorry about that. The next thing that I wanted to talk about in terms of necromancy was birthed beasts. So we have fylgja. Everybody has their own fylgja, which is a part of them, but it's also not a part of them at the same time. It's difficult to, in Icelandic tradition at least, it's the actual fylgja is the physical form of it is said to be the placenta, and the placenta is still called a fylgja in Icelandic anyway. So it is part of you, and it's always been since the moment you were growing, like it's always been there. And that's often why people call it a follower as well. And this spirit follows you around, as the placenta follows birth anyway. So there's lots of interesting parallels with that. But a fylgja doesn't always have to be your fylgja that's connected to you. You can birth and create fylgjas as well. And so I'll talk next about a specific example of this, which is a little bit gruesome, but won't go into too much detail with the gross bits. But yeah, the fylgja can also work as a necromantic spirit, and fylgja do fall, like fylgjur fall under necromancy as practices when you talk about making them and birthing them. So we have the specific example of Þorgeirsbóli, and Þorgeir was not a very nice man who lived. When was it? I don't remember the exact time that he lived, but it's not in the way past. It's like, I think 1800s or 1700s at least, maybe. And yeah, end of the 1700s, I think it was. But he is said to have created a specific fylgja to torment someone who refused his love. Sorry, I'm just reading through messages. Okay. So yeah, he was said to gather together pieces like animal remains. So he had the skin of a bull, supposedly dog's legs. Not very savory items, as Icelandic magic tends to involve like raven's blood and very specific parts of things. It's a bit gross, but he gathered all of these things together, and he created this fylgja, which maybe when he was creating it wasn't a fylgja, but it eventually became a fylgja. He sent this to torment the person who wouldn't marry him. She still didn't marry him. Eventually he then found someone else and married her and had kids, but this fylgja followed through his family, and maybe he gifted it to his children, or maybe it just stuck around. But this spirit that he'd made, which probably was originally a sending, sendingar, as like a necromancy mishmash of pieces of things given breath and life and sent off to do a specific task. It eventually then became a fylgja for his family, because we have records of stories recorded of his children and people around his children still being terrified of Þorgeir's family long after he died, because this really gross, horrible creature acted as their family fylgja and would show up before they arrived in places. So there's one story in particular of there was a kid in a farm, and he was going to go outside one evening, and he walked outside and he saw what looked like a very sort of misshapen horse with a broken back, looking very grotesque, and he was obviously terrified, and he ran back inside and told the family, and they all went outside to have a look, and there was nothing there. But then maybe it was a daughter or some other ancestor of some other descendant of Þorgeir showed up just soon after this happened. So we have a few different examples of this happening with a very similar looking grotesque creature following this family as a fylgja, potentially even other creatures that maybe he taught his children how to do this and they made their own. And it's all a bit gross and not very nice, but it's a very good example of how something that is created through necromancy can become a fylgja eventually. Just another example of the fluidity of how spirits can be many things, and yeah, in Icelandic tradition. What's the time? Just to check. Okay, right, I'm going to try and wrap it up quick because I don't want to go on for too long. The next thing is tilberi. Maybe some people know about this. It's another pretty gross method of necromancy in Icelandic magic. It's the creation of another sort of familiar or servitor spirit. Could also be considered a sending if you send it to a person to torment them. But the traditional sort of reason this was made was to go and suckle milk from cows and bring it back to a family who was starving, and then regurgitate that. It's all very gross, but the method of how it was made as well was that you would need a rib bone from an animal, ideally a horse or a sheep, it said, and then take some wool and wrap it around it, and then use your blood to sort of and specific galtur and songs and your breath to breathe the life into this thing and make it a being. and then send it off, and it would cause all sorts of problems. It's as a spirit, it's driven by need, and the reason, like on the checklist of what counts as this thing or that thing, for something to be a tilperi, I would say that it needs to be like a creature that's specifically of pure need. They need to be loved, they need to be coddled, they need to have a task to do, or else they'll torment their creator. It's very sort of, yeah, not very nice, dark and scary. And also this image is like, this is a particularly gross looking creature, so it's not super nice, but this is another example of a necromantic creature in Icelandic folk magic and tradition. And so then the next thing, the last thing actually, is rótblæti. This is actually not something that's there's not so much of the folklore specifically about this, but it is something that is done now in contemporary practice. And it comes probably from the idea of the mandrake as like a spirit that's also like a person plant, and it's like all these things are sort of mashed together. And so you had the mandrake root that was used for necromancy. Also, it's a toxic poisonous plant that can create hallucinations and things like this. So there's all this lore around it anyway. But then interestingly, in Iceland, you have holtasole, which is mountain avens. It's actually the national flower of Iceland. And it shares all this folklore with mandrakes. And it's said to be to be used for spirit work and to specifically grow where the blood of hanged men has been spilled. So there's lots of creepy, dark, gross things around this as well. I've actually, like, I've written quite a lot about holtasole in my book on plant magic. That's not a, what's it called? I'm not trying to sell this now. But yeah, so this is a specific plant and a root that can be worked as a rótblæti often. And the way that this is done, what we would normally do is use the root of the plant, do plant necromancy. So not human spirit necromancy, but plant spirit necromancy, and dry the root out. Then the root is dead, the plant is dead. Then we would like breathe life back into the plant and use certain galtur and songs and things to bring life back into the plant. Also blood and things like this. Often write a pact, sort of, I don't like to use like the technical like computer language with magical stuff, but like the sort of programming of the thing would be to write out a pact and to say, okay, this is what you'll do for me, this is how you'll do it. Also include like a clause of, if you don't do this, your spirit will dissipate, and if I destroy this blæti, like this fetish of this vessel of yours, you will also dissipate, to stop any sort of dangerous things happening later on if you've maybe forgotten about this plant spirit and it gets a bit grumpy at you. But this specific idea of working with these plants as plant necromancy, it does pop up in the folklore, but this is more of a sort of contemporary twist that I've put on it. And also it's a thing that other people do as well, so it's not just mine. But this picture here, this example is, I have some aconite, monk's hood, wolfsbane, it's also what it's called, growing in my garden. And this root, the plant specifically has a lot of folklore as a powerful plant and a powerful aid in spirit communication and things like this. And so I've made a little clay figure like that surrounds the root of this plant. And I've turned it into a little vessel for this plant spirit, and then done songs and some drumming and raised the life of the root back into it, just as you would do the sort of physical necromancy of making a tilperi by combining all these all these dead things, and then breathing life back into it. And then it's the same sort of concept of one's a plant, one's an animal, but you're still doing the necromancy on the thing. But also rótblæti can be used as just vessels for Pookie to live in. And I was going to go on to talk about Sendingar as well. I don't think I have much time left, and that is quite another long subject. But just to give people all these examples of this is this thing, but it could also be this thing. And here's like the sort of list, the checklist of what makes this specifically this rather than this or this. If that's not so confusing, I'm sorry if it is. Yeah, this is my last slide. Yeah, thank you for listening to me sort of waffle about all of this stuff for almost an hour. I hope it was interesting. I know it's a bit gross, quite a lot of it, but yeah, I hope that people enjoyed it. And yeah, if anybody has any questions, like I would love to. Here we go. I'll stop the screen share now. Cool. Oh, that's easier. Okay.
Thank you so much, Albert. That was absolutely fascinating. And I'm sure everyone else has found it fascinating as well. So we've got a little bit of time for further questions. I think we've got a couple of things appearing in the chat.
Okay, I'll answer. I'll probably speak as I type. Ancestral dreaming, there's not a specific word for that, but drømmespell, spell as like the suffix for divination or forecast, really. In Icelandic, like so veður is the word for weather. The weather forecast is veðurspell. So like so spell is forecast, but it can also mean divination. And then specifically dream divination is a huge thing in Icelandic magic, involving loads of plants as well, and like specific times and days. That's a whole subject that I would love to write an entire book on at some point when I have the time. But yeah. Oh, sorry, I just it's still on direct messages. Sorry. Okay, here we go. Right, I'll type that now. Oh, drømmespell. There we go. The second one. Okay. Is there anything I've missed? Maybe. No. Cool. Okay. Yeah. And I was also I was going to say, if anyone has any other questions or anything like that, then I'm on the Facebook group, at least for. Well, on the Facebook group of this group, so feel free to just message me whenever. I'm always happy to answer. Okay, familiar of sorts, create your own power. Yeah, like creating magical servitor spirits and familiars is like a whole thing, I think, in loads of different practices. And I personally find that a really interesting type of magic, and a really useful type of magic. It's very practical to have a whole bunch of helpers doing stuff with you, because what if you're a bit tired that day? Like, it's always just helpful to have help. So I think that's maybe the main reason people do that sort of magic.
That was absolutely fascinating. So much in it. Thank you so much.
Okay.
One of the things that jumped out to me was, and I had to miss a couple of minutes at the beginning of the talk, so you may have explained more about this already. You mentioned Rowan having a lot of significance for things. Which,
oh, sorry.
It struck me because in Scotland, of course, Rowan is used an awful lot for protective purposes.
There's even the Scottish the Rowan berry charm in the cross. It's not done in the same way in Iceland, but it is a thing that's done in Iceland with putting rowan berries on strings and using them as protective amulets, and also keeping it in. There's a whole thing. Sorry, I don't want to go on for too long, but rowan in Icelandic is reynir, and juniper in Icelandic is einir, and there's a lot of magic that these two need to be in complete. They need to be completely equal if you're going to work with both of them, because they're both very protective separately, but they're sort of best frenemies. And if you use, even with ships and stuff, it was said that you had to build ships with an equal amount of rowan and juniper if you were to use them, because if there was an imbalance, the ship would capsize. because these plant spirits would be fighting with each other over who is the best. So if you work with them together, then it's perfect. And even just to have a necklace of, or even just a bracelet of dried berries, and to maybe do the exact equal amount of berries of each plant is a super protective thing, and something that people probably would have done here.
Fascinating. I've worked with rowan quite a bit, but not with juniper. Well, that was amazing. Does anybody else have any last questions? Looks like you've stunned everyone, Albert.
Oh, here's one. Nice. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. It's exactly 8 now. Nice.
Well, thank you very much, Albert. So we will move on, and our next speaker is Larisa Hunter, who is a publisher of their own publishing company, the Three Little Sisters Publishing Company. She is shortly, I think, about to have her own book published. Which is talking to us about death goddesses and ancestor veneration, if I've got the title right. So Larisa, without further ado, I will pass over to you.
It helps if I turn on my mic, I suppose. Good morning and aloha from Hawaii. So yes, I am here to present some information that we uncovered when working on our project, Riding the Bones. But I'm going to start the presentation with a bit of lyrics to some music that really inspired me during the writing of this particular project. And it's from an album by a group named Shiell. I don't know if anyone's ever heard of her, but her music has a lot of pagan and heathen undertones to it. And the song is called Umai. And one of the lyrics that really struck me when I'm writing this was, would give you all golden fields of grain, strong legs and tireless heart, an ocean as still as a lake. Would you still worship and pray and not forget my name? Instead, I'll give you my storm. I'll give you my hail. I'll tear out trees, sweep up the seas, destroy all fields. And you reach for the sky, but in the mud you will die, and you will pray, and lightning will illuminate your face. And that really struck me as I was writing this project, because so much about the death goddesses were really pushing me to transform even my own self. And so I felt, yes, it's Shiell. I just felt that it was kind of pushing me to where I needed to be. And so I'm sure many people may know who I am. I'm one of the publishers who's responsible for Maria's work, including The Seed of Yggdrasil, and Kadolfur Gundersson's work, Teutonic Religion, as well as a few other heathen authors. In this presentation today, I'm going to be presenting some of the information that we came across with my partners, Shiell and Sarah, who run the publishing house with me. The project started as an attempt to reconcile what the three of us felt about darker goddesses, and also to reconcile our sisterhood. As we've been working together for over 15 years, our work began to form into a real sisterly bond, and including overlapping our spiritual beliefs. In fact, to some degree or another, we all say that we kind of curse meeting each other now, because we all share our ills and our successes together. We collectively seem to share a lot of fate, and collectively share a lot of knowledge of what's going on with one another. When one of us is stressed, the other ones will feel it. And so that bond has grown very strong over the years. When we were working on this project, it really transformed how I feel about my particular gods, and how death has always followed me from the time I was a child. When we embarked on this project, it was an attempt to understand our own spiritual practices and how we balance them. The three of us over the years developed a deep bond, overlapping our work and relationship within the deities, and we began contemplating what a work on dying and death would be. What came out of that was something truly deeper, and it really shifted and transformed how we are going to take on further projects like this, and how we viewed ourselves and the gods. I'm going to cover just a few points in this research that we found and how it connects to working with gods and goddesses that are considered to be death gods, and how we can see these practices as advocating for a path with or without ancestor veneration. All three of us have unique views on that, and I myself do not participate in ancestor veneration for reasons that I will actually present in this presentation. However, my co-authors have different views of what ancestors look like and what veneration can be. None of us believe it's anyone's right to police someone's religious practice, and heathenry and paganism, the issues of the many writings is very clear. It was altered through the ages by other people and sometimes added to due to reasonings that would seem rather silly today. My own views on ancestor worship are not the same as my co-authors, and I don't practice ancestor veneration of any kind. For me, ancestors are a point of contention and trauma. I don't have a line that I particularly wish to preserve, and so very soon after I came into heathenry, I knew this is the one thing I would never be able to do. I spent a long time feeling that I could not practice the way I wanted to. I wanted to change the way that ancestors were viewed in the faith. And what I found was that I myself was not alone. There were others who had suffered from severe childhood trauma who could not call upon the ancestors because of what they represented for us. I realized that maybe there was a way we could express some proof that it was not okay to have ancestral practice, and maybe we could see the ancestors as instead of people, but objects or gods. That is what helped me and inspired me to travel down a road that was less about reading books from heathenry specifically and looking more at folk tales, fairy tales, and actual historical research. During this research, that's when I found I could peel away these notions, and I will address, of course, that at any time and any period of time that you look at, you will find evidence that will refute a claim. It does not mean that we can say definitively we know 100% what was done, but we can say to some degree of certainty that practices in relation to the foundation of heathen worldviews varied depending on the time period, location, and understanding of certain political changes and climate change, as well as influencing religious expression that was happening with the conversion of Christianity. You'll find passages that show that how they were afraid of the dead coming back, and in fact, they nailed their feet together to ensure they could not walk back home, and buried them directly in the center of home as if honoring that person's death and keeping them very close to the family. The views of the dead were very varied, just as they are with ice cream flavors. A common thread that was ancestor worship, in a sense that ancestors could have enormous shrines or holy places significantly carved out for them. This is both true and false at the same time. The views on the dead changed throughout the ages. Many of the changes basically were due to influences from other cultures, other religious practices, and also environmental change. In one presentation that I had the pleasure to attend on the Bronze Age hoard presented by the London Museum of Docklands, and mentioned that many of the burials, body placements, and sacrificial finds could directly link to an environmental disaster. The dead would often be sacrificed or buried in ways that would be seen as quite taboo today, but there was a sense of spiritual currency that could relate to why this is. In fact, I came across a glorious book called The Economics of Destruction that showed that in all finds you could see a common thread emerging. There were times when the burial appeared to contain high-valued objects, remnants of foraging, and occasionally deconstructed human remains. And these practices would actually increase depending on what ecological disaster preceded it. So for example, the presenter noted that certain ring-like structures of dead would appear just after an increased chances of flooding or flooding had occurred. So the sacrifices would get more ornate, more detailed, and more bodies depending on the environmental disaster that had just occurred before. And they found that this was really common throughout the Bronze Age, up until this mass migration happened, and then you started seeing changes in how they viewed the dead and what they did with bodies. There are examples of this practice, perhaps in some way mimicking the gods and goddesses in a way. Bodies would actually be positioned in similar mythological poses, having specific limbs or parts removed that were important to the deity. Occasionally, the body would be donated after a violent death, usually related to some issue that had arisen in the community or the family donating the body. There was a sense in using the body as a scapegoat of sorts, and so the more violent the death, the more holy the offering was seen. In fact, there's a glorious paper that we came across with. I'm going to use that word a lot because all of these papers were really amazing, but one of the papers I came across was called Ring Out Your Dead, and it showed an example of this one particular grave mound where they found just all children's bodies buried in this one particular place. And they had all died an extremely violent death. So the archaeologists were trying to figure out why in this particular situation this had happened. And sure enough, right before that, a serious issue had happened when an invading tribe decided that the community had to pay reparations for this invasion. And so they took their children as payment. So this kind of spiritual currency was something that was practiced throughout different time periods with different levels of sacrifice, depending on what the issue was. Although there are examples in both cultures, because in this project, we focused on not only Scandinavian cultures, but also Celtic Irish, because my partner, Shiell, is actually native born from Ireland. And so all of her practices and knowledge come from there. Although in both cultures, the fear of the dead happened in various time periods, and there was a complex relationship with the dead, the primary focus of our work was in particular the Bronze to Iron Age, just before Christian conversion, but some of it did actually follow right through our modern day. In fact, one of the curious things we found that what linked from the past to now is the use of iron. Iron was actually buried quite frequently with the dead, in and around the dead, and actually constructed spaces where the dead were. And you can see this even today because most cemeteries have iron fences around all the perimeter. Iron was considered to be a binding agent and something that the dead could not touch. So all of this is used to keep the dead in a specific space or spaces. While there was no evidence of any giant ancestor cult that we could find, in most of the sources we looked at and read, it was clear that the ancestors could actually be more than just a person. Ancestors could be animals, natural wonders, artificially created, carved stones or statues. It varied throughout the ages. There was actually mentions throughout broad swaths of the articles that ancestor veneration seemed to be limited to only petitioning centers of power where you could gain the ability to get greater knowledge. In this case, the ancestor was considered to be a transitory object through which magic was possible. We do have evidence that ancestor veneration did occur in private spaces and ritual observances. What we see is varying beliefs and customs surrounding the practice, meaning that the reasoning for the veneration could have shifted as the needs of society shifted. The private practice didn't mean, though, that they thought the ancestors had to be related to them, but they could be. There were a few papers that noted, for example, a practice of burying a dead child in the heart of the home to keep it close to the mother, in a way that life and death were completely linked. The child was both living in a sense and dead at the same time, was alive in the thought and memory while existing in the dwelling of the home. This allowed people to have a proper grieving process. What is unclear was whether or not they saw this grieving process as worship per se, in the way that we would define it, or if this was more of a continual effort to keep the worlds of the living and dead at balance. It seems to be mostly an American and possibly Canadian thing that ancestors are so heavily focused on ancestor worship, because when you look at the history and roots of other cultures, it's not that case at all. To Sarah, who was our other heathen author for this project, and a person who has varying ancestor practice, she found that working with the darker goddesses throughout this project led to a further understanding of how similar they were to us, and that they were so multifaceted that saying one goddess was the goddess of X or Y seemed very silly. A goddess of death could also be a goddess of compassion and also be a goddess of the feminine mysteries, etc. It broke them out into nice, neat little boxes that we as humans felt they needed to be and made them more relatable to us. Opened up doors of understanding and reference that she had not considered before. Another common thread that we found in this project was the role of women in terms of the life cycle that existed. There was a sense in most of what we uncovered that women in particular were responsible for ushering in and out of life. These women, who were not necessarily biological women, could be chosen to either dole out the fates to the community, enforce the dole out fates, or in some cases actively participate in ensuring a particular course of fate by being the hand that eventually takes the sacrificial life in question. There was a dark quality to these women in which most people did fear them, and rightfully so, because they spoke to the dead. They had direct communion with the spirits of the cave. They worked very close with the veiled world and had an uncanny ability to see the outcomes before they really happened. Both the Celtic pagans and the Nordic heathens had ideas of how this dead sisterhood existed, and how the dead sacrifices in living were incredibly similar. We found links in both traditions that showed there were links within the landscapes, dwellings, folk beliefs, natural and unnatural elements that developed a deeper practice from which you could form a pathway towards both hell and the Morgan. Both of these goddesses were seen as having physical elements that represent the stages of life and death in their actual form, such as hell's appearance as being blue or black, mirroring the stages of natural decomposition, or the Morgan's three faces being youth, middle age, crone, and old age. Both of them could appear before the person died in various forms. Sometimes they spoke through omens, prophecies, or signs, in a collection of crows forming around the sacrificial victim, the appearance of a bloody maiden, or Valkyries, and a blood-soaked loom to indicate that death and war were soon to appear. There are aspects of both cultures in which all goddesses were connected to the natural elements, like the marsh, which had connections to dead as the transitional object where people could deposit bodies and thus transform them into the underworld. And houses as well, which were not just places to live, but also physical objects that symbolize the coffin itself. The goddesses were seen as being both connected to people that lived within the house, as well as people who entered and exited this symbolic place. The Dread Sisters reminded us that simple acts are magical. They connected us both to aspects of life in the creation of garments, the cooking of food, the washing of linens, and to the final act of swaddling our dead, feeding the dying, washing the body, in the preparation of the final steps they will take. In fact, my partner Shiell found that there was a class of women that was very closely linked to the Morgan called washerwomen, which were a banshee class of women that would take the shrouds of the unfortunate lost souls and bang them upon the rocks while wailing and gnashing their teeth. So that's a very interesting idea of sound and this ability of crying or wailing to bring forth an opening to go to the underworld. And I'll actually touch on that later, how sound is very important to both hell and the Morgan and death goddesses. Goddesses like Frigga, for example, are most notable for living in and within a marshland. Her house sits on an inlet called a fen, and this type of wetland could be extremely seen as being something that is completely terrifying to our Bronze Age ancestors. Water itself was linked to both healing and birth, and the bog where bodies could be left, buried, and sacrificed offered a small glimpse on how these goddesses can be labeled as part of the Dread Sisterhood. They are the material to which we travel corporally and non-corporally. They are the boundary you cannot cross without extreme amounts of effort or sacrifice. It is possible to displace a bog, but the bog is still there within an earth. The bog is still creepy at times because crossing them during flooding periods or high water levels would be extremely dangerous to you. You can see how the bog would relate and drive fear into the homes and brains of these people, because this very dark, deep region of which a body could sink completely into the underworld, never to be seen from again, could be completely scary to them. But it also links us to an idea that goddesses like Frigga can't be just pinned to the house, because she was pinned to this other landscape that was a material that you could translate from living to dead. What was difficult was to find that there were any cults specifically designated for hell or the Morgan. The practices involving these two actually could have been hidden quite in plain sight, as worship of these gods may have been blended into other shrines, where objects for them may have been left at other goddess areas. For example, distaffs, even though that's very commonly associated with Frigga. Some distaff whorls were actually made out of the skull bone or parts of a femur bone. So you can see elements of hell still existing within other goddesses. They did use bones quite a lot in practices, using them for divination, using them to make tools. In fact, there was some evidence even where bones were ground up and put into bread and then consumed. So they consumed the dead, they used the dead, they repurposed the dead. Here's what I'm going to bring up that point about sound before, because there was a bizarre recurring connection with the ideas of sound and death in both cultures, that the act of dying itself involved a noise. I found this correlation completely fascinating because there was something almost like magical about the expression of grief in form that was so significant, it was seen as a key to opening the door for someone. Audible expressions of grief, death, and singing that connect to the goddesses and moving a body into the realms of the beyond. In Celtic culture, the idea of singing a keening was and still is something that is done at every funeral. In Nordic cultures, there are similar songs that are sung, but also this concept of high-pitched sound that echoes off the natural elements to open the way for the afterlife. There was an amazing book we came across called Singing Death that stated, "It is possible that chants, hymns, and the like are a way to open the door to the other world. The voice transforms a space from something ordinary to something that can evoke real emotions in us." The idea that a piece of music summoning us to evoke feelings of love, they create suspense, and they make us feel very deeply rooted in life. These aspects are very pivotal and important when you begin to research some of these goddesses and adjacent goddesses that I classify Baba Yaga as one. There are concepts within their lore and folklore of how they, in particular, sound and speak and also sing. Singing one to death or dying or connecting with the goddesses with our voice alone, perhaps even indicates a practice of Galder or singing runes, which might be appropriate to call upon them. But in each of the folklores and stories about the goddesses, there's definitely this undertone where there's even one passage in a book, and it's fictional, so it's not based on any historical fact, where upon the death of Balder, Frigga screams out so loud that it echoes against the Rainbow Bridge. And the sound is so immense that it almost crack open a door or open a portal or exit the person out. Is something really fascinating and something he may have lost along the way when it comes to funeral practices. Although you can see it today when people play music during funeral processions or hymns or sing particular songs, it is a way to telling the dead, like, you can go now, we're going to send you along. And that is where we found that in the Celtic culture in particular, there was a side of Morgan called the Phantom Queen. And this actually relates to her being a very malevolent figure. She is a banshee who sings and screams one to death. So there's definitely this overtone in all three cultures where your very voice alone could be the thing that triggers the person to go on to the next life. But it could also be the thing that summons hell and the Morgan and dark goddesses to you. So there's sort of an undertone of being careful what you say, the tone of your voice, and how you approach these gods, because there are certain tones that are associated with them. What we found was the goddesses kept appearing as very intersectional. They seemed to float across as many realms as possible. This again fascinated me because what I knew about the gods sort of fell away during this project. And what I began to see was a project of gods conducting themselves in roles that were very, very broad. It seemed as if they acted in whatever capacity was needed by that particular follower or people that they had connection with. Walking with darker goddesses that have associations in areas of death and dying and transformation requires a person to accept some amount of deconstruction to occur. This deconstructing of the self can cause extreme changes in the person, which may shift more beyond spiritual philosophies. It certainly did to me. It may cause a person to shift personal views across the board that can potentially touch radical topics, possibly transforming the person on a fundamental level. The Dread Sisters require some of you to be abolished and parts of you to be destroyed. The Dread Sisterhood involves working with goddesses that are holding marginal spaces. They work in places that others may not want to be working in, as these places are loss, mourning, pain, trauma, and suffering, and the constant injustice for those who are undesirable in this world. They represent the things that are often discarded, and this gives them a unique position in the pantheon, because they are the symbol of what you cannot ignore. It is the voices of women living in the dark wood, the witches, if you will, who often speak to those who are the most powerless. Working with the Dread Sisterhood can become a catalyst for a deep paradigm shift within yourself. You begin to see your life as not just belonging to you, but as an extension belonging to a spiritual collective. You could define them as an order of sorts, as most orders giving a portion of yourself away to the gods or the community may be required, as depending on the gods or goddess that you choose to work with. It is not always required upon the individual if they are not planning to join the sisterhood fully, but if you are planning on doing work that requires a collective aspect, the needs of the individual must be put aside. If you choose to walk down a path that includes multiple gods or ends up that way, you'll find yourself in some cases that the pathway is an extremely complex one. For it means you are at odds with other gods and beings or in concert with agendas that may not always exactly be known to you. In both cultures, Dread Sisterhood were crucial in turning of the dead into objects that could be one with the underworld. And so today we find ways in which not only we could walk the pathway of Dread Sisterhood, but in ways that could lead us to possible alternative practices that don't involve strict ancestor worship or conform to specific gender views of gods, or have restrictive rules for gender views in general. I will express it this way, as I have included this in the second piece of our work, which is going to be called Summoning the Bones. And I think this is, for me, where it sums up what these goddesses mean. The Dread Sisterhood cares for the society that has been removed as part of itself. They are that which stands for the girl in need of an abortion, or the sanctuary cradling our LGBTQIA+. Communities hiding from those who would seek them harm, or the women who stood fearlessly barricading themselves in front during the Black Lives Matter protests. These women are the righteous, angry women who link hands with the disenfranchised, because we know in our core that true human freedom and liberation belongs to all of us. That task is in her hand, that of the Dread Sisterhood and its goddesses. When you read the folk tales surrounding them, you see women that not just sit in the edge of life and death, but are in the place of these doorways, to which you must cross. They can shut you in to those who seek you ill, to the others they hide within, or open it as an acceptance of a loving mother who only wants to comfort you. Walking with them means you may need to walk in the darkness, carrying your other sisters, human or non-human, along the way. I believe that in my core, this work is more than just a pathway to dark hags like and the like, but that riding the bones goes beyond this and becomes a key to transforming our own nature. I have traveled my own path sometimes in fear of how open I am and the way I visualize my gods, but to me, they were all consuming. They consumed my thoughts, consumed my soul, helped me build me up and tear me down. There was always something about these hag-type goddesses I could not quite put my finger on. They seemed to be drawing me to places where I could finally own my own true hagdom, and there was extreme power in that. Working with darker goddesses means accepting that things are not as clear as we want them to be. We may find ourselves confronting truths that make it difficult to process things. It may change how we practice currently and how we form our connections with goddesses. In our work, we uncovered that historically all goddesses were linked to metaphorical death. In each of them, they have some element that was linked to the funeral itself. From the sister that brought you the final cup to make you go to sleep in the arms of the pyre, to the one that saw you born, wrapped in your linens, the one who doled out your wisdom of your fate in the lots and the cast, the women linked to goddesses were the ones that worked in shadows. There's room in our heathen practice to diverge from what was known and to seek out things unknown, perhaps hidden throughout other research. What we found often is in non-traditional sources and outside of the mainstream. This allowed us to seek out not just anthropological understanding, but folk understandings and how some of us view the modern day funeral aspects do play into this tradition. What we learned from our research was that there was a sense then and now that finding the pathway or riding the bones was a path that meant service of a higher calling, service of those that were marginal, service to goddesses that demanded us, and thus came true freedom. Our bloods, our bodies, our nature given freely to devotion is just a small part of how forming views of darker goddesses can connect to a world in which through love and devotion we wrap our community from womb to tomb and forever hold its needs as bearers of the greatest journey one takes. That being the journey to become one with the world invisible, the great cosmos, or whatever we think the afterlife is. In conclusion, the death goddesses like Morgan and Hel are divine proto-feminine archetypes of the divine female, and their role in death work links to and still continues today to be linked to the physical and spiritual world. I saw some questions already pop up, but I left a lot more time for questions because I figured a lot of people would want to ask me things more than me speaking about them. But for myself, what I did learn throughout this was that you could, in fact, have practices with the gods that don't directly link to ancestors per se, but view the gods as part of your ancestry. And so for me, when I went down this path, I was able to let go of my ancestors and more embrace the gods and follow a direct line more to them. So in my own particular practice, I speak to Hel or Baba Yaga as if they're grandmothers or friends. And it's just a little bit of a less barrier for me. So I'm going to answer, I don't know if it's okay, Pauline, for me to just go ahead and answer the questions that I see already.
Yeah, go ahead. I think Pauline stepped out.
Oh, okay. Oh, I saw here that Linda, you asked me what era it was referring to. I can look up specifically, but it was sometime between the Bronze and Iron Age period. And there's a paper called Ring Out Your Dead, and there's another paper called, I think it's Materiality of the Dead. I have all the research for this project live on the Three Little Sisters website, but I can point you where the two specific articles that mention this particular burial. But it was really fascinating because they took the teeth of the children and they made necklaces from them and wore them. And there seems to be just...
Who are they, Larisa? Is this in Europe?
Yeah, so it was during the Bronze Age, Viking Age, and somewhere in Scandinavia, Northern Europe-ish.
Okay, because it's just really unusual that they would...
Yes, it is a particularly unusual find.
Burial, but also that they would, now that you've just said that, they would wear the necklace of the teeth, because parts of the body within Scandinavian and Anglo-Saxon tradition is giving it back to the other world, you know, so they can go to the world with their teeth and things like this. So
yeah, I found two papers, one called Materiality of Death and Economics of Destruction. There was a third book, I can't remember off the top of my head, but in all three books, they mentioned that bones and teeth would actually be used as objects as well. So not all of it was given to the underworld, and the belief that, or why that these anthropologists would mostly give you an answer to why they did that. Okay. There was sort of a concept that the dead could be sort of like a telephone between the living and the underworld. So to keep an object from the dead meant that you got the power of the dead with you. So there's a protection element, but you also got this ability to be able to speak to that world whenever you wanted, no matter where you were.
And this is in the Bronze Age?
Yeah, during the Bronze and Iron Age.
So this isn't kind of like later Anglo-Saxon or...
No, it definitely changed when the Great Migration happened after the floods, because there was a giant flood in that region closer to like, I think it was like the very tip of Northern Europe, because this is where they found the hoard. But there was apparently right before, there was some ecological event that happened. I can point to it because it was mentioned in the lecture I went to, where basically this entire floodplain released, and as the floods were going, big caverns and things opened up, And right after this, it caused a mass migration of people to come into this one region. And that what they found was during that migration is that the increase of human sacrifices went up. So as these new people were coming in and this floodplain was going down, you saw an immense number, like more and more human sacrifices occurring during this period of time.
Like the Cult of the Dead, this is far earlier. This is a much earlier period to the Anglo-Saxon and the
much earlier than that. So it's like between like really early Bronze Age. I would even say like probably a little bit before Bronze Age, probably Neolithic mostly, and then like into the Bronze Age, just as they were starting to like form tools, because some of the grave finds did have like slough from forging and like pieces of broken axes and things. So we know that they were forging, but it may not have been as high level as like deeper into the Bronze Age, you know. But yeah, they did. They did wear objects.
If you send me the references and the sources to that, I'd like to read those.
Oh, absolutely. No problem. I shared all my sources because I figured this would be of interest to people. So yeah, that was where I found it. And then the next question was that, did I say that keening is done at every Irish funeral today? Not every Irish funeral, but yes, it's still done predominantly. Like keening is a very common thing that's done at most funerals, and most Irish people will do some form of keening or play the most famous song being The Parting Glass. That is a very common Irish funeral dirge that is played. So I can't say that every Irish person in the world does keening, but there is a commonality to Irish funerals in which keening is still done.
Can I just ask where you got that information from? Because living in Scotland, obviously the west of Scotland, we have a very close relationship to a lot of people in Ireland. And my understanding is that actually the keening traditions are virtually extinct now.
Okay, that was from Shiell's research, so I can definitely forward what she had, but I mean, she's speaking from a Canadian Irish woman, so I can't say that for sure that she's speaking historically. I think she was just speaking anecdotally.
I've never attended one where there's been keening, and
okay, I'll let her know, but like that's what her personal experience has been. Like I said, I can't say everyone. I can say a Canadian, Irish, French woman who I am best friends with. It's still done in her community. So
right,
whether
so
or
not actually in Ireland.
I wouldn't say in Ireland, no. It seems to be a Canadian Irish tradition.
Right.
So, and it could be just exclusively her family too. I will clarify what I said, because I certainly don't want to speak for all Irish people.
It certainly used to be a common tradition in Ireland, but it was something that was frowned upon very strongly by the Catholic priesthood and was gradually pushed out. So it's actually really quite rare now. Some of the keening songs have survived. There are specialist folk singers in Ireland that do actually specialize in traditional keening songs, but they're very rarely actually sung at funerals these days, which is a shame. It's a fascinating tradition.
Yeah, so I should clarify that note, because honestly, I wasn't trying to speak for the whole country of Ireland. My partner is Irish, French, Canadian, so she's speaking from that perspective. So it is a tradition that I've seen in Canada, and there's a few groups that are trying to reclaim that tradition. Like there's a group that goes to hospitals. I don't know if it's in the US or Europe or where it is. I can check. But there is a group now that's going to do keening again, because it is a lost and almost distinct practice. And some people want to have that back, because it was a very important, like singing at death is very linked to some of the cultures and things like that. So it would be important to bring that back.
Oh, absolutely. Using your voice to express grief is a very powerful thing. And there are certainly modern constructed aspects of that are developing in a number of places now. But it's not, I've not heard of it being done in either Scotland or Ireland in a modern funeral situation. I have heard of people doing it as a keening circle afterwards.
Yeah, that's what I think she's referring to. Like I'm representing 3 people, so I didn't like that was her specific specialty, but I only found it in links of like in modern day, it's only being reclaimed. It's not really active as far as I can tell, but I know that some Irish communities throughout Canada still do it occasionally, and it depends on the family. And it depends on like what their belief system is too, because if they're full-on Catholic, they'll just do the Catholic ceremony. So I mean, it depends on if any of that paganism still stayed within that, within their memory, you know. So I think that there was another question here on, I might have heard extremely wrong, but Frigga, a dark goddess. Yeah, all the goddesses are dark and light. They're not either, was the point that I came across multiple times. Frigga herself is linked to a really big bog. I can find where, but there's a giant bog, and it's called Frigga's Bog. And right next to it is Hela's Bog, and there's a giant sculpture there. And apparently there's some research that has indicated that bodies that were buried there were buried for Frigga specifically. So I can't say that, I don't want to label the goddesses. That's my particular point. I think she's not just a goddess of the house. Like, to be a goddess of the house, or like a specifically fertility goddess or a mother goddess, you also have aspects of dealing with death, because death and women's work were very linked to one another. So mothers would be responsible, if they lived long enough, to bury their household. So there are links with all of the goddesses, regardless of how light we think they are, that do walk in very dark places. Yes. And I have like folklore and sources that can back that up. But there were several burial finds that you can see that had very distinct stuff that we know belongs to Frigga with them. So obviously, like, carrying objects that meant something to the goddesses with them was not only just because that was their skill, but there was an idea overall overarching throughout the research that showed that objects had magical and significant connection to death, dying, and the god all at the same time. So if the person was buried with a spindle, it wasn't just that they were spinning. So it meant that they were linked to something else. And because spinning and weaving,
Larisa,
yeah.
Is this Scandinavia that there's this?
Yeah, all of our research came from like Scandinavia, Norway, Finland, anywhere in like Northern Europe, I'm going to say, and some from Slavic and Russia influences. So, and I don't think you can say this like as a rule. It's just, I kept coming across time and time again where there was an idea, for the most part, where objects had magical significance. And so it wasn't just an object. In fact, right before I was coming in to do this presentation today, someone in a foreign seed group posted an article where they're doing research on Viking Age brooches and how brooches were not just objects, but also could have deeper significance. And that's what we kept finding over and over again, was there was this underlying magical association with each object. That's what I'm trying to say. And it did vary as to the time period, the place, the people, what their philosophies were, what their politics were. So you can't even say that every country did this, but just in some graves, you can find links to these things.
Of course, that's very much what we and what scholars now are, some scholars now are interpreting as these facts. We've got no idea at all what significance people actually put on any of these objects. It could simply be that was the favorite spindle and they wanted that person to use it in the afterlife. So therefore it was buried with them. I mean, all these magical significances of things, of grave goods is, and ritual significances is all varying. We have no real idea.
Yeah, and I think that's maybe the nuance that I'm trying to give to this, because I don't think anybody can speak for one way or another. But I just, for me personally, it helped me provide answers to my own ability to stave off certain practices because of what I found. Because there was a deep sense in all my research throughout the Bronze Age of Europe, you saw different stances on how they viewed the dead. So it enabled me to unpack this idea that ancestors had to be like, it was ancestors and then the gods, and you can't get past this weird barrier that's here. but I found that actually, in fact, that the ancestor is not really always a person. So you could transition them away from this barrier and make them actually an object to which you connect to that God. So you can see them in a much different way if you have trauma in your life that you are not comfortable calling your ancestors because of what happened to you as a child, or what you know your family did. You don't have to follow like your family just because it says we have to. Like nobody's telling you that you have to.
Certainly, yeah. Speaking as someone who's a dual path druid and heathen, Druidry has concepts of ancestors, both as ancestry of blood, ancestry of place, ancestry of spiritual path, the ancestors that inspire you. And so there can be all sorts of things, many of whom are not actually connected to you by, you know, your blood history, but some kind of significant event in your life. And that can be people that you have a tremendous respect for whatever reason.
Yeah, I'm just my purpose of doing this research is because I really could not reconcile it for myself. Like it's very personal, but I will share this. My mother was an alcoholic all my life, and so I was very badly treated as a child, almost ignored, and sometimes almost starved to death. So I have a lot of generational trauma. And when she died, she committed suicide. And it really took me for a loop. And understanding now that she had underlying mental issues and that there was things going on and the alcoholism had a reason. I just could never bring myself to call to her. And then like researching her family, it got worse. The further generation I got, and I was just like, I would never bring this people around my child or myself. Like, I don't want this in me. And so one day I was just like, and this is kind of an esoteric part of my brain. One day I just decided, you know what, I'm gonna pray on this and talk to hell. Because I'm like, what do? I don't know how to contact you. I'm supposed to have an ancestor. I don't. And like, what can I do? And I had this very vivid dream where she told me, no, you don't. That's complete nonsense. You have me. So you can just talk to me. And it allowed me to have that moment of just like release and let go. And so that's when it kind of led to this. But as I was deepening my understanding and doing a lot of research, just things kept popping up that were unpeeling layer after layer of my own self. And I think in a lot of ways, this was more about transforming what I thought in my own mind and allowing me to see gods in a different light. And just understanding that there could be a direct communication between me and them without barriers.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah, I absolutely. I mean, certainly my relationship with the deities is quite different from my relationship with my ancestors. And there isn't really an overlap or between them, and I don't go through one to get to the other. They are separate channels of relationship and communication. Are there other questions for you?
Yeah, I saw one here that's from Rue. I hope I said that right. I'd love to hear more about the death goddess's connection to the marginalized more, especially as a trans non-binary pagan. It's going to be difficult to prove this historically, but there are new articles coming out more and more every day that show that there were some a little bit bending around in what we consider to be gender. There were some finds that show that people really didn't care what your gender was. In fact, Maria wrote a fabulous Facebook post about how one character in the Edda seems to change between female and male at random. And so like you have this concept that gender seems to be more like a skin they wore. And where I found this very linked to Hell, the Morgan, Baba Yaga especially. Baba Yaga is the most trans goddess out there because she is not female, even though we all refer to her as she. She is actually a 3-part god who is male and female both. And she's actually even a giant in some of the folklore. So there's definitely a sense that they did work in marginal spaces with marginal people, and they didn't really care what your gender was. It made no difference to them. And so that I kept coming across more and more. And so that to me was an indication of how much they were linked to not just the trans community, but also to really the concept of being human. And perhaps my brain thinks in a very bizarre way sometimes, but I was listening to a podcast with a very gifted writer who wrote a book called Abolition Feminist Now. And she was talking about how the abolitionist movement should be applied to feminism to unpack and unpeel and remove some of the underlying white tones of feminism that we have today. And in her talk, there was a lot in there about how the LGBTQ plus community, the trans community, were actually the predominant voice of how feminism even started, because it really did start in marginal communities. And she wanted to like reclaim that and kind of like own it back so that these voices could be more predominant in fighting for human rights. Her speech completely got my brain thinking, and I don't know why, but she immediately made me think of like people like Baba Yaga and people like Hel, who have fought throughout the Eddas to be themselves. Like Hel fought for her space. In some of the folklore, it seems like Odin gives her that space, but does he? Like, it's very confusing to me, because in some cases she seems to take it, and in other places she's given it. But either way, she takes it and serves those who no other god wants. Like, she takes every dead person. It doesn't matter how you died, the way you died, what gender you were when you died, what your preferences were when you died. She doesn't care. Like, you come to her as a clean, unidentified object. And from that, you transition to something else. So there was definitely that undertone throughout the entire research that I found. I think a subsequent question under that was how to deepen one's practice with God, since this person also has generational trauma and no interest. Yeah. So for me, I kind of did something a little bit different and probably radical. And this is totally unverified personal analysis, so it doesn't come from any particular research per se, but I chose to sever myself from my particular ancestral line. So I actually took objects that belonged to my family. I took them out in the yard. I specifically asked the goddesses to basically, I said, I don't want to be named Larisa Pole anymore. I want the pole line to die with me. And I put all the stuff in a box and I buried it. And I said, okay, I'm fully yours now. Like, I conscribe myself to the gods. I give myself fully to you. I'll trust you with whatever life that you choose to give me. And that severance allowed me to develop a much deeper relationship with the gods, because I became more focused on them. So I started going into high levels of research, reading articles about them. I came across a lot of fictional books that kind of helped me frame a practice that I would do more seriously by adding anthropology and archaeology onto it. Like, there's a beautiful book called The Witch's Heart, where it's all about Angrboda, but the story is so beautiful, and it talks about how much she loved Loki and how much she gave of herself, and that her death in the end was just like a sacrificial act. And there was just something about that and these experiences with these certain type of goddesses that appealed to me, because all of them were very much transformational. So it was like I could shed off myself and shed off this trauma and get rid of it and become something different, transform. And that was really powerful. Also, Linda, to answer your question, Baba Yaga isn't mentioned in the Eddas. Someone asked me how I like appeal that with the trans ideology. She is mentioned in that. So Baba Yaga is not part of our tradition or part of the Eddas at all, but she kept coming up in my research when I was looking at, there's a part of the Writing the Bones where we go into blood magic and witchcraft a lot. I wrote an entire section called That One Time We Ate Grandma, and it talks all about how in some cases they did consume the dead, and there was an idea of magical transference. When you would consume flesh or drink somebody's blood, you were gaining their power. And her name kept coming up because in Polish witchcraft and Slavic witchcraft, she is a very pivotal figure. So every time I would come across anything to do with like Viking Age witch practices, a lot of it was very similar to further down the road practices that they did in like in any of the Slavic regions, Russian regions, seemed to carry a few of the like Neolithic, Bronze Age, and Iron Age practices were still being practiced there as conversion was happening in Northern Europe. So it almost feels like Russia and the Slavic regions were over here by themselves, like completely insular from this bubble, even though they weren't. But their practices remained homogenous for some time, like longer than the Bronze Age. So Baba Yaga kept coming up again and again and again and again and again. And I think maybe that was part of the anthropologists or researchers' like primary focus. Like there was an article I read called The Icelandic Witch versus the Polish Witch. And it compared the two different types of witchcraft that was done. And I'm using witchcraft very liberally. But there was a real difference between what was practiced in Iceland and practiced by Polish Slavic peoples. And then what happened there was that some of the practices were very similar, like both types of witches would steal milk. Both types of witches would use like the ability to farsi or like seeth or something like that. So there was very similar practices done in both regions, but you could see like how this might have come from migration or influence from like a whole bunch of cultures that were all in the same region at the same time. So it was really hard to pick out like where the overlaps stopped and like where you got distinct pathways and where you didn't, because you could see like, especially with the Irish Celts, there were similar overlaps, like especially with God's names, like you have Woden. We are very sure that's a form of Odin. Freya seems very similar to some of their warrior type gods. So there's too many similarities to be like all these cultures never talked to one another. They had to have get influence from one another. So I think I see another question here by Rue again. Do I have any book recommendations? Oh yeah. As I said, we detailed all of our research that we did for this project, which was quite extensive. But the three that I really loved reading throughout this researching was Baba Yaga's Book of Witchcraft. It's an amazing book. It was written actually as like a fairy tale, but as you go through the book, she talks about different practices that are related to Baba Yaga and how those crafts are still being done today. So she talks about the I'm probably going to butcher this name, so I apologize, but the Matushka dolls. These are these handmade dolls that are made by wrapping linens, and you stuff herbs inside of them and you dress them up. And this is actually part of Baba Yaga's tradition, or Baba Yaga's like mythology. So there's that in there. But she also talks about how Baba Yaga's house is a transitory object where one would go to be sacrificed and come out transformed. And that was a concept that I found a lot, where sacrifice was actually a word that was a metaphor. So the person wouldn't die necessarily, but let's say that the community was having trouble and they couldn't find anyone to sacrifice. And they just wanted to do something to make the god show favor on this community. They would sometimes dress up a person to be the sacrificial victim and make them walk through a house. So they would actually set up like a fake house. I found this a few times, including in a paper called Lifting Over the Lintels, where they would actually construct, sorry.
Is there a particular link that you could put into the chat so that people can go to where your researches and your references are detailed?
I will. And so in that
we are now coming very close to the end of the conference.
Okay, I will just wrap that up and say, like, in there we found some evidence that shows that the house was used as a transitory object. And so you could do these mock like sacrifices that were done to mimic something that was happening. It was very kind of interesting how they did that time and time again. So that's basically what I found, and I'll leave it open for any other questions in case there's a last minute one. I'm just grabbing the links.
Yeah, there's not really any time for any further questions. Obviously, if any of you have had things that arise from some of the topics that came up in Larisa's talk, particularly anyone who's got issues with generational trauma or trauma from abuse, and that you wish to discuss this further, please do approach the admin team of the Heathen Women United. We would be only too happy to support you and help you find ways, information further if there have been any issues that have arisen from some of these subjects. Obviously, trauma, it's difficult. Each person's trauma is their own, and you can never tell what's going to flare up. So if anybody does have any problems, any struggle from any of this, please do get in touch with us. Well, thank you all for a fantastic conference. It's been a wonderful time. For me, that's a wonderful evening. I know we have all sorts of different times of the day and evening here. Hopefully the technology has worked in recording things, but you can never tell with technology. So if it has, then talks will appear in due course on the YouTube channel. If anything's failed, then it won't. Hopefully it will do. So thank you all very much. And I wish you a very pleasant rest of your day wherever you are. And Hillary's the host because my internet decided to drop out and I had to restart again. So I'm sure she will close us off.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much.
See you at this conference next year.